What's this?
What?
Hello.
It's I was watching a video that a cat. They show like how a cat looks shocked that a dog can, the baby doors.
Yeah.
They show like a dog just runs through the baby doors, and the cat is like, "What the hell?" It looks shocked, and now the cat has no protection. No security.
The internet was made for cats.
That is correct. That is correct. Cats and specifically huskies. Like if you go to Instagram, it's just huskies. Maybe it's because I look for them, and then it just gives me all the huskies that exist. But I just think there's a lot of them there.
Yeah.
That is what I surmise.
Very vocal huskies.
Oh yeah. I'm making a husky noise. I don't know why. I had a husky in Tel Aviv.
He had a husky in Tel Aviv, and his sister's dog is part husky.
Yes. Yes.
All right, man. So this is the eve of Tisha B'Av special.
Yes.
We could do, we don't have to do an eve. We could always do a Tisha B'Av special.
This is a Tisha B'Av. Oh, you mean on Tisha B'Av?
Yeah, I mean we could have always done it on Tisha B'Av itself.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We have to get it in Tuesday, so we do it now.
Yeah. So we were talking about this God needs thing that Rabbi Manis Friedman is has gotten into seemingly into a brouhaha with the entire Jewish internet.
Also, just the whole religious world in general, people who call themselves like religious.
That's what I mean.
Basically, if you're listening, folks, and you come from if you come from a religion, Christianity, whatever, wherever you come from, where you tell your religious leader, does God need us? And then he laughs at you. He or she laughs in your face. Of course, God doesn't need us, right? He's perfect, or whatever. He doesn't need us. Yeah. So then you're, these are the people who are who generally get very upset at the thought of that God needs us. How can God need us? How can he need anything?
How can a perfect entity need anything?
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about how that's possible, right? That God would need us. What does he need us for? If at all, right? And a spoiler alert, he needs us, but so yeah. So if you're going to be unhappy with that conclusion, you guys could.
But here's the thing: is it fair to say, first of all, just right off the bat as a primer, this is something that I've written in those comment sections on these videos. If you know any Hebrew, if anybody who knows Hebrew knows that the word that's used in colloquial Hebrew or even in the Torah is tzarich. The word tzarich can be needs, depending on the context. Can also be requires.
Let's hold off on that. You know why? You know why?
Yeah.
Because I don't have my etymological dictionary of biblical Hebrew with me.
Yeah.
I have the tools to really get to the bottom of what of the path you're going down.
Yeah.
Let's hold off on that.
Okay.
And I'll bring it with me next time.
My main point is that, without going too deep into that, my main point is that I feel like, and this is what I felt in the beginning, that as soon as Rabbi Friedman said the word needs in English, that's when all hell breaks loose, because it's not a needs like you and I need hamburgers or whatever, food. It's just a requirement of an entity that created an other, even though you can't really say it's an other because we're all part of Hashem, really. But even to say that is like problematic also, because then you're, again, anytime you're saying that something is part of something, that means that something is not whole because it has parts. Even though it's a sum of its parts, it's whatever. So that's already a problem. But like, even so, there is, if we're supposed to be doing something, like we're given commandments and mitzvot and physical things to do in this physical, very physical world, that means that someone wants us to do that or requires us to do that for what? To have a relationship with the one that wants us to do that. Otherwise, it's just he's the one that wants us to do that, and he's there, and we're here, and I'm putting on tefillin, but and Hashem doesn't care, God forbid, and he doesn't care that if I'm going to go tonight to sit and cry about that there's no temple for him, by the way.
Right, it's all for our benefit.
Yeah, it's all for our benefit. It's like so. This is something that is insane to me. Meaning, like when I heard a rabbi say this, like he was talking to Rabbi Friedman, one of these rabbis, and he just wanted some clarification. But then the rabbi goes, he said something like, well, because he's like, what are the Rabbi Friedman's like, what are the commandments for? Well, it's for us and it's for reward. I'm like, whoa. First of all, what if I learned as a 30-year-old man in yeshiva, as a 30-year-old man, don't do a mitzvah expecting a reward? That's number one.
That's what it
Hello.
says.
And number two, it's just for me.
So there's a lot of look, folks. Let's clear the table for a second.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the current generation that we're in and what our traditional Torah tradition tells us. I know traditional Torah tradition. Too many tradition.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. We have something called the Masorah. Masorah means the tradition handed down from generation to generation. It explains the meaning of the words and the verses of the Hebrew scripture. Okay. And so part of that tradition is statements. These concepts are brought in statements from the sages. Sages are religious leaders throughout the generations, specifically past 2,000 years ago. Okay, more specifically, those that lived past 2,000 years ago, who transmitted to us, people like Rabbi Akiva, rabbis who lived during the Roman Empire. Okay, so we have statements from them that say that Torah should be learned not for reward, but for its own sake. In Hebrew, it's lishma, for its own sake.
Lishma, yeah.
Lishma. And the ideal is that a person should study Torah and do the commandments that God asked us to do in this Hebrew scripture, right? There are many statements where God said, I'd like for you to do this, and God said to Moses, tell the children of Israel to do that. Many such statements, 613. Okay, so we have to do these commandments, ideally for their own sake, not because we're expecting a reward. Okay, that's our tradition tells us many times that that's the ideal. So how does that mesh with the reason why God gave us commandments and created us was to benefit us with reward.
Yeah.
So the highest ideal is to do it not for a reward, but yet there are statements that our sages say where you get a reward for doing the commandments, but this represents motivation for people who are in a certain state of consciousness. It's not the ideal. It is for people in a intermediate state of consciousness, where they're working on getting to the highest state of consciousness, which is you do it for its own sake, not because you're expecting a reward.
Correct.
But what does that even mean, for its own sake?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing it for the mitzvah? What does that mean? Right? So it means that you're doing it for God. That's what it means. Okay? That God needs it. That's what it means.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, that's what it means. But in this generation, there seems to be some rabbis, right? Who, not all rabbis, but the rabbis who are on in the public sphere, who have who do lectures on YouTube and stuff like that. A lot of these guys, for some reason, have a big problem with, what do you mean God needs? They literally cannot assimilate that.
Not only that, they some of them have said a lot of them have said it's straight up, blasphemy. Right. It's kfir.
So folks, the people who are on, the rabbis who are on the internet, who normally give lectures, they are by no means the the actual representatives of the Torah faith, of traditional Judaism. Okay, we have our top scholars and our top religious leaders. Okay, and they are representative of our faith. They are the most knowledgeable, the most experienced, and have the most amount of wisdom, and also something called Ruach HaKodesh to some level. Ruach HaKodesh means it's a level of prophecy. Okay, it's not full on biblical prophet experience where like Ezekiel or Yehezkel, but it's a level of prophecy that is less. Let's just put it that way. It's not so easy to describe. We might have to have a whole side conversation to explain what that means. Okay,
yeah.
So it translates literally as the spirit of holiness. Okay,
yeah.
So it's a minor level of prophecy. Okay, so compared to everybody else, that's pretty significant. They have a sense of how to guide people. They're very in tune with God's will. Okay, so those people are not necessarily on the internet. Okay, but you have a lot of big mouths, right? Who because they're on the internet, and because a lot of people watch them, right? Because it's the internet, right? And some of these guys get popular because they're very entertaining. They're somewhat knowledgeable, and they're also entertaining.
Yeah.
And so that could give the impression that they're some kind of big leaders, which they are leaders because they do present Torah information, and a lot of the things that they say are good. But people get the impression that these are the leaders of our religion, and they are by no means.
Yeah.
Okay? What they are is like I don't even know what they are, but they're not authorities. Let's put it that way. It's important to understand that if you see a rabbi on the internet, that doesn't necessarily mean he's an authority. Okay? Rabbi Manis Friedman is one of these rabbis.
Yeah.
But what makes him different is that his teachings are very reflective of what he learned from what I consider to be the top Torah scholar in many generations, in several generations. Possibly, I'm not gonna go too crazy, but if somebody told me the greatest Torah scholar of all generations, it wouldn't shock me. Okay, which is a very big statement, because the attitude that we have in the Torah study circles is that the further you get away from Moses, the dumber people get, and the worse our scholars get.
Yeah.
Right. So the scholars of, let's say, the time, even a couple hundred years ago, or certainly the time of the Roman Empire, were not even in the same world. You understand? Like, they're from a different universe in terms of their knowledge, and so that's generally true. But every now and then you get this one anomaly of a person who doesn't fit into the generation that he was put in. And the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, is a person who is like that, and not many people will argue with that. Okay, so sorry about the shaking. Okay, so Rabbi Manis Friedman, who is popular on the internet, some say he's gotten the most amount of views of any rabbi, which isn't saying much, because rabbis generally don't get that much views.
Yeah.
But of this small pool of rabbis that actually teach Torah on the internet, he probably gets the most amount of views, and I'm grateful for that. That's something that I'm grateful for. Okay, because he's a solid rabbi. Okay, he really is a solid rabbi, and he's not sensational. I mean, he is, but not because of his personality, but because of certain concepts that he teaches, which are in our tradition. It's a traditional Torah concept, but it shocks a lot of people. Like, for instance, God needs us, right? So that it is sensational. It's not meant to be, It should actually be. It should be something. It should be the least sensational thing, as we'll see.
Yeah.
But yet, because we're so backwards nowadays, everybody's turned around. No, nobody has their head on straight, right? It's a shock to people to hear that God might need us. It's like He created this entire infinite, universe plus all the spiritual infinite worlds, but He didn't do it. Yeah, He didn't do it for nothing. He did it for nothing. It wasn't for Him. He didn't need it.
No.
He doesn't care about it. There's nothing. He has nothing to do with it.
It's almost like a philosophy of like what is it? I guess the deist. Yeah, like I'm like he just like created a world and he went away.
Yeah, he went
because he's perfect and doesn't need anything.
Right. It's not the same because the deist says he's not involved.
Yeah.
Nobody in the Jewish world says that God's not involved.
Yeah.
Actually,
Everybody.
If you ask anyone in the traditional Orthodox Jewish world, God micromanages everything.
Well, and if he micromanages everything, by definition, that is someone.
Yeah, but he's doing that just because he's real nice. He's doing it for us. He didn't have to, right? But he's doing it as a favor to us.
Yeah, which is real nice, like the Shoah, real nice.
which is the Holocaust, right? There's so many nice things that God seems to do as a favor to us. So the question is, wait a minute, like, did any of us ask to be born? Like, there was a time we didn't exist.
Yes.
And we were perfectly fine not existing.
Yeah.
And then we were created. We didn't ask for that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And we were, and for most of our existence, we're not from here, folks.
Yeah.
Souls. A soul is a living being. It's not some kind of hypothetical storybook mythological idea. It's life. Your soul is your life. Souls are eternally conscious living beings who are much smarter than you. Let me rephrase that. When we are in a body here in the physical world, we don't have access to all the resources of our soul. Most of us are, our consciousnesses are much, much bigger, and not all of it gets into your body. Only a very, very kind of like a small amount, like think about dipping your pinky. Like your soul dipped its pinky like in your head, like I'm trying to get some kind of metaphor. Yeah. And that's all you get. You get the pinky of your soul. That's your consciousness right now. Yeah. Most of it, you don't even know what you're like. Okay, that's your soul, and that is infinite. That soul, right, lives for infinity. It's eternal. Okay, but it had a beginning. It's going to live forever, but it had a beginning. God, it's different from God in the sense that God didn't have a beginning either. He's the beginner. The beginner doesn't have a beginning. Okay, so that's so God's eternal in the sense that He's both. He never had a beginning, and nor does He have an end, nor will we have. Okay, but so most of the time that we have existed has not been in this world. So out of this physical world, our existence, even though we didn't ask for it, we're happy there because it's very, very pleasant in the sense that God's catering to us. In heaven, let's just use the term heaven, right? For the worlds that our souls come from. God is catering to us. God has some kind of manifestation that we experience where we sense, where we know that, that's God. Like when we're in heaven, right? And we're happy there. We're ecstatic there. And God is taking care of us. And, but then He asks us to come here from time to time for a temporary period of time. And most of us don't like it. We don't want to come here, and we don't like it. I mean, we still get attached to it after a couple of years here. It gets difficult to let go once we have to go back. But generally speaking, we didn't ask to come here because this existence is very uncomfortable. It's, like we have to eat and we have to sleep and we can get hurt so easily, and our bodies are so mushy and so vulnerable, and our emotions are so mushy and vulnerable, and just everything in this world wants to hurt and kill us. Like, it's hard to be here. It's very unpleasant. It's very scary. And so we didn't ask to come here. We didn't even ask to be born. We didn't ask to exist even. You know what I mean? So God creates us, and then it's nice, right? Like in heaven, right? He created us, and then we exist as souls, right? And it's really nice. So when things are going well and you're happy, you're not necessarily that question of why, or why was I created? It may or may not, be prevalent in your mind, right? It might be a passing thought. But when things start to suck, you're like, well, what do I need this for? I don't know why. I don't. What's the what is the point? Like, why am I doing this? So that's really part of the discussion. That's a big part of this discussion, where if you think about it logically, of course, God's need. Not only did He communicate that in the Torah, right, in the Hebrew Scripture, but just intuitively, it makes sense. So I'll just conclude that the problem that some of the religious leaders have who are critical of this idea is that we know God's perfect. So how do you use this word need? Because need to them automatically seems to point to imperfection. Anything that is imperfect.
Which is strange, because I think even Manis Friedman said this. He's like, if I am good at everything, granted, this is maybe not the best analogy, but somebody who's perfect, it means they don't need a relation. Again, it means they don't need a relationship. It's I don't know. It's just it's strange to me. Their objection with this seems very. It's almost like a very. I don't want to use the word autistic. It's almost very like. I mean, it's strange. It's like a nudnik thing to feel. It's like a nudnik sentiment, if that makes any sense.
It feels like people are like
pedantic. It's pedantic.
Splitting hairs a little bit.
Yeah, it's pedantic. Obviously, like again, I'm a what they call an Amoritz. I'm not a big Torah scholar, but it was always obvious to me since I'm a kid that clearly there's a God that requires a relationship with us. He needs us.
Could you please present the 13 principles of faith? Could you put that on the screen for the folks at home for a minute? I just want to focus on number 1.
Yeah.
This is, Greg is about to pull up the 13 principles of the traditional Jewish faith. Okay? And can you just go straight up to number 1. Mm-hmm. Can you scroll up so that paragraph isn't visible? Because it's going to.
So you want like this?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, perfect. So folks, if you bring your attention to number 1, right? It says belief in the existence of the Creator, who is perfect in every manner of existence and is the primary cause of all that exists. I'll read that again. Belief in the existence of the Creator, who is perfect in every manner of existence. Perfect in every manner of existence. Mm-hmm. And is the primary cause of all that exists. Okay. So this is the Jewish creed. These 13 principles, and that's the primary principle. Okay. So when people hear that God needs, they think that threatens His perfection, right? Like what you're saying is God isn't perfect, which means that if you're not a believer in a sense. If you believe that God needs, you're not a believer, because look what it says. Number 1. Our number 1 principle, belief in the existence of the Creator, who is perfect in every manner of existence. So people hear the perfect part, but they seem to ignore the in every manner of existence. So these concepts, these principles have always been with the Jewish people. They were compiled, not written, not created, compiled by Maimonides. Moses Maimonides lived about 800 years ago. Okay, he was the leader of his generation 800 years ago. Okay, And so he is a very exact writer. He's not prone to using extra words. He's not very flowery in his language. So if he meant simply perfect, he would have wrote belief in the existence of the creator who is perfect and is the primary cause of all that exists.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he feel the need to add in every manner of existence?
Because there's probably different, how we have, for example, different names of God represent every, aspect of him. So that's probably what he was speaking about.
No, God doesn't have aspects.
Okay.
No, the names of God are, folks, the names of God that are found in the Hebrew scripture. It's harder to see that if you're reading a translation, reading it in English or any other language. If you're reading it in Hebrew, you'll see like several names used.
There's Elohim, there's Yud-Kei Vav-Kei, there's Shaddai, there's a lot.
There's Yah, there's El, there's the Tetragrammaton, Tsevaot. There's even and more than that too. Okay. So these are not references to different aspects of God. God doesn't have aspects at all. He is a simple unity. That's actually principle number 2. Look, the belief in God's absolute and unparalleled unity. That means no parts, no nothing, just a unity. It's impossible for a physical brain or a conscious mind to comprehend such a thing because we don't see anything like that in our current experience. But nonetheless, it's a deeper truth that goes past our ability to perceive here. Mm-hmm. So, and it says that in Deuteronomy chapter 6, verse 4, where it says God is one. Uses that. Okay, so the names of God are. I created a metaphor. Can I share it?
Sure.
And every metaphor is flawed, and my metaphors are especially flawed. So give me a break, okay? Just try to focus. I'm not talking to you, Greg. You've given me a break.
In the words of mafia captains, I'll give you a break, all right.
Not that kind of break. Just understand. I'm not claiming to be a professional. Folks.
We own a cement company.
I don't want to sleep with the fishes. Okay, so what I'm saying is like this. Imagine God is like the president, right? He's the president of existence, okay? And he's sitting at a table. This is a metaphor. And he has a phone, okay? He has many phones in front of him, okay? This is the phone for people complaining about, a pop tire. This is the phone for people complaining that their mother is making them clean their room. This is the phone for people who asked for a large fries and got a medium-sized fries. And these are the people who stubbed their ankle, or stubbed their toe, or they twisted their ankle. And this is the phone for people who are complaining that the mail didn't arrive. You get the point. So there are many different ways of reaching God. Okay, the name of God can't have a name. Nothing. There's a name is a descriptor. There's no describing God. So what are these names? It's a telephone that God is giving. He goes, when you're, if you hear a ring from this phone number, meaning a name of God, right? You're in a lot of trouble. If you hear a ring from this phone number, I'm coming to give you good news. Don't worry. Everything's okay. If you're getting a phone call from this number, expect war. If here's another metaphor. It's a uniform that God wears. Like, let's say, like you go to God shows up as a plumber or something like that, right? And then sometimes he shows up as, the guy who installs your cable. And it's just a function. It's a hint as to what God is going to do. Okay? It's not God can't have a name. Okay? It's and God, there's the Tetragrammaton, right? The 4-letter name of God, right? That you have a religion which calls itself the J Witnesses. I can't say the full word that they use because
I like to call them Yud K Vav K witnesses.
they're not Yud K Vav K.
I know.
But okay, but there's one of the names of God that we're not allowed, as Jews, we're not allowed to pronounce it at all. Okay, until the temple is restored. Okay,
Yeah.
and only in certain contexts is that name allowed to be pronounced. All right. Also, in some cases, we have to be careful with pronouncing the names of God. These words, right? Because it may violate the third commandment. Don't take my name in vain. Okay. So the name Yud K Vav K, which I guess Greek, right? We get it from the Greek tetragrammaton, the four letters, right? That is a word that is actually a formula which explains how the process in which God creates existence from nothing. So all names have a characteristic like that, where they're giving you information about God's actions in the creation. I don't know if they give you information about God's actions outside of the creation, but they, for the most part, serve as information units that, by studying the name, it's delivering data about what God wants and what he's going to do. That's why there are different names for God. That's why the Torah uses different names for God. Okay, I can almost guarantee that for most of you, that's the first time you've ever heard that explanation. Because if you've ever listened to academics discuss it, they'll tell you, oh, it's because it shows you the different eras that the Bible was written through, and they took all different types of pagan Canaanite gods.
Yeah.
And then and there was one pagan Canaanite god who's called El, and there was another one who's called Yahweh.
Blah blah.
Crap. Fools. Okay. So anyway, that's the names of God. Just since you mentioned it, and it's such a touchy, sensitive area, required that explanation. But the first principle that we were focusing on, where it says that God is perfect in every manner of existence. And why doesn't it just say it's perfect? Why does it have to say in every manner of existence? Because what's perfect about God is his existence. What does that mean? He doesn't need any help existing. He is existence. He's beyond existence, but anything having to do with existence comes from him. Okay? He lends existence to everything else. So he's perfect in that respect. But that's not enough for him. And that's pretty obvious. Because is God going to waste his time creating something as elaborate and on such a scale that is unimaginable to any individual creation, right? As the universe and all this creation. Like, he didn't need it. He just created that, but he didn't really need it. What? Why did he do it? What is he needs, what is it, entertainment? What, he's not entertaining enough for himself? I thought he was perfect. A perfect being doesn't need entertainment. It's perfect, right? Mr. Perfect. I'm like, what's that line from Snatch? Remember when when that
you want some sugar? No, thanks. I'm sweet enough.
Yeah, Bricktop, where Turkish is saying,
yeah.
Would you like
some sugar?
He goes, no, Bricktop. I'm sweet enough.
I'm sweet enough.
Right. So God's sweet enough. Like, he doesn't need sugar. He doesn't need. He's entertaining enough. He doesn't need entertainment, right? So there's obviously a reason why God did it, and it's obviously important. Okay. There's certain things that should just be intuitive, and that's one of them. So perfection isn't enough. God wanted another.
Yeah. Because what
And
good is being? Because you know how I know that's true. Because what good is being perfect? I mean, you have all these people today, a whole group of people, unfortunately, for various reasons, talking about how don't don't get married and all this kind of stuff. The whole red pill society. And what do they talk about? They say, just focus on building yourself and improving yourself and living your life to the fullest and doing this and doing that. Yourself, and just focus literally on perfecting yourself. And I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, any guy out there, any guy on this planet, even if you want to say that they mean, okay, don't get married, but have, casual relations, but mostly work on yourself, right? But at the end of the day, even that, you could see that the man cannot be, strive for even personal perfection. It's just an analogy. And then be alone. He cannot be alone unless he's like a total, I don't know, hermit, or I don't know, aesthetic, or like all these guys in the comment. Oh, I haven't been in a relationship in 20 some odd years. Yeah, well, have fun. I'm sure you're enjoying yourself with your, certain body part. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's nuts. It just literally goes against God. That whole thing. The whole thing of being alone. It literally says man cannot be alone.
Yeah.
In the beginning of the Torah.
It says man, it's not good for man to be alone.
If man can't be alone, and we were created in Hashem's image, what do you think? Hashem enjoys being alone?
Yeah.
No.
God is communicating something about himself.
Yeah.
That, so basically the creation, obviously the conscious part of it, meaning souls, right? Sentient beings, right? That's the other that God wants to have a relationship with. And not just any relationship. Because, how come the angels weren't enough for him? Right? Because the angels, they're always in his presence. And they're so in awe, and they can't help but love God. So it's almost like it's not a willing relationship. He just overwhelms them. And of course, there's no real other choice. Like, because when you see that God's reality, when you see the reality that God is in charge and God is everything, then there's no alternative choice. So God wants a relationship that is a choice. He wants a willing relationship where the other chooses to be in a relationship with him. So how do you do that? So God doesn't overwhelm us here in this physical world with his presence. It's hidden here in this world. You can reveal some of it, but you got to dig hard for it. You got to work hard even for, to experience any aspect of his presence. Okay. It's hidden here. Okay. He's playing hide and seek here. And he's, most of us gave up. He hid too well. He's like, when you hide too well, you're playing hide and seek as a kid with your older brother or your older siblings, and they're like, whatever, they just leave you and you're just, waiting there for hours for someone to find you. That's God. Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, so he created his physical world primarily to hide so that we're not overwhelmed by his presence, and so that we can choose to have a relationship with him or not. Because we have seemingly alternative choices here. They might not have any real existence, but it looks like they do, right? Yeah. By choosing the other, as long as you do understand, you have to have, in order to make a choice, you have to have some level of awareness of God. You have to.
Yeah.
What that means is a long conversation. Like, for instance, when I was born, since I was a little kid, I always somehow knew that God was there. I don't know where that came from, because it's not anything I was taught at home. My parents are they didn't know anything about religion at all. They're from Soviet Russia. I might have heard the word God here and there, but nobody ever explained to me. But I just knew that God was there. I didn't know yet at the time when I was a little kid that the Torah was 100% written by God, totally divine, totally something that God did word for word. I knew there was God, but I wasn't specific about, which book describes him best. I was a little kid. God, simple. Okay.
Yeah.
And I knew he was there all the time. I didn't know where he was. I think he was everywhere. Maybe I thought maybe I'm inside of him. I don't know. I don't remember as a little kid. I just knew it in a simple way.
Same.
Okay? And I think a lot of kids just know that, and then it's either beaten out of them, not literally, just by things that they experience, from external influences, and then they forget what they were like when they were kids. Okay. So God's there. You have to have some level of awareness. Okay. I don't know if that counts, what I just said. I mean, it should really, right? Because if, let's say, no one interfered with my simple faith, or it's not even faith. It's just, I kind of knew. I think, see, faith.
Simple knowing.
Just simple knowing. It was just, I just knew in a simple way. And I think all kids do that. I think all kids know in a simple way. So does that count? Yeah, perhaps that counts. But I think that to have real free will, you have to have a little bit more information than that.
Of course.
Like you gotta kind of know that the Torah is real, and that it could only have been written by God.
You have to know that something that's renders, is a communication from God, like a literal on paper communication. Yeah. You have to know that that's actually from him and not written by humans, or or not the first 4 books are written by supposedly God, and then the last 5th book for some reason written down by that whole stuff. Right.
So many of you listen, man. If the 2 of you who are listening, hi Alex, you're one of them. Right? He's like, so the question should be, well, how do you know that it was written by God? That's obviously a side point. I've spoken about it a lot.
Yeah.
It has to do with the mathematical patterns and information encoded within the text in a layered way.
Yeah. That's
the best way I could describe it. It's such a mathematical perfection, and it contains information about specific, detailed information about people and things that lived and occurred way into the future. Yeah. Meaning the Torah was given 3,330 years ago, and it has information about people in detailed manner that lived 500 years ago.
Retrospectively, not we're not sitting here trying to predict the future.
And that's encoded in the text.
Yeah.
And we've shown examples on the show many times. We can maybe do a review some other time, okay? Because this is a philosophical discussion. Just be aware of what we mean. Have a basic understanding that there's a mathematical litmus test, literally mathematical litmus test that shows you if a document is divine or is of divine origin or not, or if it's the work of man. Okay. Once I discovered that, then I think that's when I understood that I may have entry-level free will. Because you got to know that God is real, and you got to know that there's specific things that he's asking.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how can you make a choice? Yeah. Most of the world doesn't really have free will. Unless you understand that basic thing, I don't believe that a person can have full free will.
Dude, you know how I know what you're saying is true, because and I was telling you this the other day about cell phones. We were talking about the whole thing with me and squats, right? So what's been one of the challenges for me in terms of starting to work out and starting anything, any routine, is the fact that once a particular routine, whether it's good or bad, is ingrained in you, and it's it used to be that I was able to just break out of it before all the cell phone stuff. Now it seems like these machines themselves, this thing, has literally programmed not only where we go in terms of what we surf for or what we seek, and the whole algorithm. It's also programmed us to look at it as the first. At least I can only speak for myself, and maybe other people can speak for themselves. To look at it sometimes as like the first thing in the morning.
Yeah,
right. It's bad. Not only that, it gets to a point where it's instead of laying in your bed, let's say for like a half an hour, instead of starting to do X, Y, and Z, what you're supposed to be doing. And so what does that mean? That means that literally, it's like what's his name? Yuval, that fruitcake, Yuval. It's ultimately what he wants is like our every step is managed by a machine, or there's machines inside of us that manage our steps or manage our decision making. But we're hackable animals. But this is the beginning of us being hacked, right? It's almost like our routine is hacked. Our free will really is hacked in a way, part of it. So how do you unhack it? You realize, well, for you all really the most simplest thing to do is to realize that it's been hacked. Once you realize it's been hacked, you can just unhack it by way of just not participating. Just saying, like, instead of looking at my phone, I'm gonna go do like I told you. Even if I'm gonna do like, I don't know, 20 squats and one of my knees is gonna pop, or I'm gonna hear a cup pop, and that's the end of that session, and maybe tomorrow I'll come back to it. Even that breaks the whole seder, if you will, the whole sequence. Otherwise, where I wouldn't have done that. So that's free will. But these people are trying to take away our free will with these machines. These machines are that's where this is a digital Mitzrayim. It's a digital Egypt. In Egypt, they also didn't have free will. You're a slave.
So, okay, so we should say there's a primary free will, and then there are many sub levels of free will. So the primary, according to the Torah, primary for what Greg knows is that in other words, what is free will in its highest form, which really means free will, full free will. Okay, what is full free will according to the Torah? So free will is designated to how you respond emotionally and in your thoughts to circumstances which God sticks you into. That's the bottom line free will. That's free will in its most fundamental level, without any layers of nonsense on top of it. Because people think free will is choosing Coke or Pepsi. It's not. I could convince you that the reason why you chose Pepsi was because of influences other than you acting upon you. You like blue rather than red. And it's so it influences your thoughts. Why do you like blue? Well, God made you like that. You're inclined to liking blue. It was already programmed inside you, so you choose Pepsi, or you like a more sugary taste rather than slightly less sugary because you think Pepsi tastes more sugary, so you choose Pepsi. Or you like the commercials better. Why do you like the commercials better? Because the pretty girl. How come you like that pretty girl, not this pretty girl? It's all programmed. If we go through that entire conversation, however long it takes, you get to the bottom line, it's programmed. Okay? You're in traffic and there's, you got to get to work and there's 4 different routes. Why did you choose one over the other? Well, because let's say they all take the same amount of time. Well, because you're more familiar with this. Why do you care if you're more familiar with it? Why do you need that? Yes, you like familiarity because it's comforting and you're less scared. It's anxiety because of something that happened to you. Blah, 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 blah. You get it. Okay? So none of that's free will. So free will boils down to whether choosing or not, choosing to respond to a certain situation emotionally in your thoughts, not physically, but how, like, people are in God puts people in situations where they literally can't move. They're completely paralyzed and cannot even communicate with the outside world.
Dude, you know what I was thinking about? So what you just said, there was like the other guy that was living in the aqualung thing for like his whole life since he's like a kid. The guy who passed away. I was thinking about him. Like I saw like some headline that talks about mention him, and I thought to myself, my God, like I'm thinking like this guy was basically born like this, or I don't know, he started living like this in his childhood, and he had to live like this his entire life. And Hashem, did that. And this guy became a lawyer. He got like a law degree in this freaking machine and I'm thinking to myself, man. And then I started thinking about myself, how whatever, and my grades, and I applied to law school and it didn't pan out, whatever it was. I'm thinking this guy in this aqualung thing became a lawyer. But I'm thinking like, why would Hashem just put a guy in this machine? He would screw up his lungs and just make him live in this machine. Like it's absolutely. It's not like the guy died because he couldn't breathe. The guy lived in a machine. He could breathe. He just was with a machine. He couldn't move. He just was in this machine.
Yeah. So there's no answer to that.
Yeah.
Anybody who tries to come up with a reason are not. They're either. I'm inclined to say they're bad people, or they're just very unwise. But they don't know. Nobody's going to tell you why he. Only God could tell you why he did something, and if that's the case, he'll send an angel or something like that to tell you reasons. Right? We have stuff like that in the Hebrew Scripture, in Torah. But otherwise, you don't know. Nobody knows, and nobody has a right to even speculate, because you're going to get it wrong. And it's not nice. So God does that, and there are people in situations like that. So his bottom line free will is how he chooses to react. Like what's going on in his mind? What is he feeling? His feelings. What is he feeling, and what is he thinking? That's free will. You can choose that. You can choose what to think and what to feel. Now you might be inclined to react certain ways emotionally. You might be inclined to think in certain patterns, right? But you can change that. You can change. You can decide. It might take a lot of strength to try to not behave in your normal patterns, but it's possible, and that's free will. That's it. That's the narrow, tiny little. That's free will street right there. There's nothing else. It's a very narrow bridge. It's a rope bridge it's a tightrope. That's how narrow. That's all it is. Okay, and it's not whether Coke or Pepsi or red or blue or whatever. Okay, so that's where we decide whether or not we want to have anything to do with God. Okay, apparently, God feels that we'll all decide to have a relationship with God. Okay. Now, obviously, this is not a simple discussion, and obviously, there's many nuances and levels and subcategories, and blah blah blah. But that's the bottom line, and that's why God created the world, and He needs a willing relationship, and that's something He can't do for Himself. Yes, apparently, I've never heard Rabbi Friedman say these words, God can't. But how could
the thing is, it goes back to that non-question, what we call a non-question. Can God, make create a stone that He can't lift? It's a non-question. So to even say the word,
I don't believe it's the same thing, because
meaning to even say that God can't something is like
that is a non-question. No, can God pick up Can God create a stone that He can't pick up? That is a nonsense question.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. It's a logical absurdity.
Yeah.
Okay. It's something that
dividing by zero.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So the thing is, if God can create a stone that He can't pick up, then that means the stone is God. Do you understand? So that's why it's an absurdity. Okay. So because whatever, if there's something that he can't, right? But in terms of making something exist, but a relationship, a willing relationship with another, is not something that you can create to exist. It's something that has to happen.
Yeah.
Outside, you know,
You know how
there
we
has
know
to be
that's true.
another.
You know how that we know that's true, what you're saying, because in that book, Ethics of the Fathers, one of our our sages wrote, everything is in the hands of God, except for basically us choosing, except our fear of Him, or us choosing to have a relationship with Him, basically, or us, our free will of, like, everything is in His hands except for us, our choice. So now, I was going to ask you, maybe we talk about it later, or maybe now. There are people who I know that there are stories of how they became religious, and the way God kind of set everything up, or the story that God kind of put them through, or the challenges, it was almost as if God, in a way, took away, at some points, or maybe even completely, like Rabbi Anava, God completely took away his free will. God was like, okay, you've done this and this and this in your life. You now have an overdose. You're up here in this, this is a story that he tells. He went up to this realm, like getting too much into it, and he was given literally a choice. He's like, either you're going to stay in this horrible place, or you're going to come back to the, to the world and do and repent. It wasn't much of a choice. It was just like, I only had one choice. That's what Rabbi Nava says. So he took away my free will. It's like very few people get that. Most people, it's like, yeah, they're shown a couple of things here and there if they have the merit, and then they choose to go further. Most people I don't even know if most people have the merit. Like, I'm looking around, there's 14 million Jews, and I was just going to say, Iran is thinking about attacking us tonight, right? And this is something I've been saying, and I told you this, and they're making a mistake. They think they're going to tap into the energy of the day, Tisha B'Av, right? And they're making a mistake. Why? Because on Tisha B'Av we fast, right? Just like in Purim, we fasted. The difference is only 2 million of us are fasting out of 14 million. It's still enough for God, clearly, to mitigate whatever needs to be mitigated. But the rest of the 12 million or 13 million Jews, I don't know if they were ever shown anything that they need to have a relationship with Hashem.
Oh man, let me untangle this.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the Jewish people, most of us today are there's a concept within the Torah which is called the child of captivity. So if you can imagine, like, let's say, the pioneers of the Old West here in America, right? And they would have frequent attacks. Native Americans would attack them, and vice versa also. But sometimes the Native Americans would take children captives, from the pioneers, right? Like white European children, they take them, and then sometimes they would be raised in the tribe, and they wouldn't know anything of where they came from. They wouldn't know the religion, the culture, the ways of the white people who are their parents. So the vast majority of the Jewish people in this generation fall into that category of children of captivity, because in World War II, World War II killed 95% of all religious Jewish institutions, traditional Orthodox religious institutions, because most of them were in Europe, and the Nazis wiped out 95% of them, if not more. So there's a little remnant of Torah scholarship survived World War II, and it then it went to Israel, and it went to America. So there's a few centers of Torah study, relatively few, and there's maybe about 2 million Jews in the world who are associated with these centers of Torah scholarship. Doesn't mean everybody's religious, but if you're associated, if you grew up in it, you went to one of these, you live next door to one, you have more knowledge about Torah than the average Jewish person all over the world. So when it comes to responsibility of following the commandments, right? God expects more from those who have a connection to Torah study, who had access to the information, or who experienced the information because they grew up in the family, or they lived in the neighborhood, or their father was a rabbi, or whatever it is, okay? So that's the small minority, it's a small fraction of the Jewish people. Most of the Jews in the world have no idea what we're saying right now. They have never heard this before in their life, because most of them are in America, and there was almost no true Torah scholarship in America before World War II. And they had Reformed and Conservative, which are apostate religions. They're not even religions; they're breakaway political cults. Most Jewish people in America, they didn't know that. They're like, I remember my great grandfather went to synagogue on such holidays. I'll go to a synagogue. So the synagogue said Reform synagogue. They didn't know the difference that there was. They didn't know that they're different. So most people didn't even know that. They wanted to do something good, so they went to a place that said synagogue on the door. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
But so American Jews, very, very ignorant, the most. Israelis are ignorant, most of them, because the people who founded Israel, this nation of Israel in 1948, who
Mm-hmm.
established the government,
Mm-hmm.
the political class of Israel, who we rail against all the time here,
Mm-hmm.
were fundamentally anti-Torah. They were socialist.
Yeah.
They're anti-Torah, and they persecuted people who studied Torah or who tried to create communities that live according to the Torah. They wanted a European-style, secular, sophisticated, intellectual republic, a communist republic, where they could, they've shed all this nonsense of religion, and they could focus on being brilliant chess players, and of scientific advancement. That's where they wanted. So they, when religious Jews were coming to Israel, a lot of times they tried to stop religious Jews from coming to Israel, going as far as helping Nazis kill them. Some of them, right? And then when you have religious Jews coming from the Arab countries, right? They would come, and then they would have their side locks shaved off.
Yeah, like Yemenite children, all that stuff.
So the government of Israel is wicked because it is fundamentally anti-Jewish, anti-Torah. Okay, and whatever their intentions were, right, to have their communist intellectual utopia, it is wicked because you don't do that in Israel.
Yeah,
or you shouldn't do that anywhere. But
Frank, can I mention it's a quick
sure.
anecdotal story? I was on one of my trips to Israel the last few years. I think it was like 2017, and I'm walking in the Nachlaot neighborhood of Jerusalem. It's just kind of a very old neighborhood. It's a small neighborhood. A lot of good amount of religious people, but what I call we call religious kind of hippie style people live there, but also some older people, Sephardic Jews who go back generations who lived in that neighborhood. So I was there, and it was Hanukkah time, and there's a friend of mine. She's now since married, actually, a Chabad guy. She lives in Australia, but she was living there at the time, and we ran into her, and she was coming out of somebody's house after Shabbat. And she sees there's like like Israelis, they do tours of these neighborhoods, like Israelis from outside of Jerusalem. They go on these tours, just like historical, what is this neighborhood about, stuff like that. I think they were from Ramat Gan or something like that, the center of Israel. Secular Jews. So they're on this tour, and then my friend sees them, and she's like, welcome, and she's standing kind of at the top of the steps. It's almost like she's, she has like the podium really to speak to these, there's like 15 of these Israelis, like, I would say people in their 50s, maybe 60s, some 40s. And she starts telling them about, today is Hanukkah. And also, she starts telling the whole story of Hanukkah. but she decided to do it in a way like a teacher does with little kids, and she goes, "Who can tell me ta ta ta? Raise their hand if you can tell me ta ta ta." And like either they had no clue about Hanukkah. She started mentioning Abraham. She started mentioning Moses. Which Torah portion this and which book of that, which story is this? What this refers to? They had no clue or they mixed it up. It was completely mixed up. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, these are people who supposedly went through, let's say, the secular education system in Israel, which at one point did teach just the basics of what we call Tanakh, the basics of basic stories. The Haggadah. Everybody in Israel does Passover. Everybody reads the Haggadah, even Reform and conservative. During COVID, we had pretty much everybody was in their houses, right? So they said it was like the first time the Jews were in all in their homes on Pesach night since the story of Pesach. So everybody does that. Everybody knows the Moses story, even if you watch the Heston movie. Everybody knows the Abraham story more or less. Supposedly, but I was just shocked. I was
not everybody. I didn't know it until I was like 14.
I'm just saying, it's one thing if like you said, we come from Soviet families and everything was ripped away from us. These people are in Israel. They have access to, like you always tell me, we spoke about the Kabbalah thing, or we spoke about Torah, and you tell me like Israelis, are close to people. They come across people who know stuff. So it would be absorbed by accident, by osmosis, by some kind of rubbing off of some kind. No. Or if it is, it's like they had everything like topsy-turvy. And they had no clue what Hanukkah was about. They didn't even know that Hanukkah is like, this holiday commemorates where like zealots basically won a war and we're dedicating our temple and then we want the temple back. And it's like that.
Folks.
And I was just, I'm standing there and I'm shocked.
Folks, it's almost like the secular people who started who started the modern state of Israel, right? Wanted, or they created a population with amnesia about their history pre-1948. When you thank you. When you say David to them, they think David Ben Gurion, not King David. In the center of Tel Aviv, right? This is in secular Israeli areas. This was manufactured by the people who started the state of Israel, unfortunately. Okay, so that's why. So Jews in America, Jews in Israel, most of them, God knows that they don't know why we're supposed to fast tonight. That both Jerusalem temples were destroyed on the same day. Hundreds of years apart, 400 years. How many years apart? It was like from the beginning of the first.
I want to say four. Either four.
No, each one stood for 400 and something years.
So basically, we're talking about, like what, 400 years apart, maybe.
Between, let's say about 500 years apart. Okay, they're destroyed on the same day.
Which, by the way, tells us that this particular day on the Hebrew calendar has in it already a built-in energy before these temples were up. Because how do we know that? Because this was the day, the sin of the spies. That's why we even have this issue. That's a different conversation.
Right. The sin of the spies, he's referring to when Moses sent spies to reconnoiter the land of Israel before they were supposed to, and 10 of them came back with bad reports, meaning to scare the people to not wanting to go into the land, saying there's giants and there's these horrifying things there. There's 70-foot giants who all they do all day is practice killing stuff, like, even though that is what they saw. But they missed a few things. Okay, so that happened on today. Today is the anniversary. Tonight is the anniversary of that event. So many bad things happened throughout the course of history on this day. Okay, but we specifically think about the destruction of the temples. Okay, we focused on that aspect of it specifically today. And we fast. But most Jews in the world don't understand any of this. Most of them may not even have the slightest idea what it is. This is the first time in history that this is the case, because all pre-World War II generations, this came naturally to them, right? So it's almost like most of the Jewish people as a nation have amnesia. Okay, children of captivity.
Yeah.
So God requires more from people who have this information. So there are about 2 million Jews, let's say, where God expects a little more out of us because He knows we know.
Yeah.
So you want to play?
We're the young fools, and He is. God forbid that He's Darth Vader, but He says to us, "I know that you know." So what do you want to play?
Greg, you're the worst with metaphors.
It's a bad metaphor. Yeah. It's poor.
I'm absolutely convinced you're paid by Farrakhan to.
I am paid by Farrakhan. You see my lavish abode here.
Yes,
Clearly.
It's a very luxurious thing that's behind you, whatever that is. Chinese. What is that? The Chinese. Chinese something or other. It's China, isn't it? That's paying you.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Ihama. What am I? I'm playing this compilation, right?
Yeah, folks. Yeah. So this is Rabbi Manis Friedman in his own words, and we're gonna stop it every now and then, so you can hear our brilliant comments.
Our brilliant comments from two ignoramuses. All right. Oops. 1 second. One second. Whoops.
Greg, but you better watch. We got to see your eyes.
I am glued like Gorilla Glue.
I know I'm going to be hearing typing and clicking.
It's for God that we do mitzvahs, Rabbi Shachat.
What's in it for God that we do mitzvahs? I guess it's the same principle. I mean, I've heard it said, maybe in this forum and other forums, that God needs our mitzvahs and it gives God pleasure and all that kind of stuff.
If there's one sentence that needs to be publicized and shouted from the rooftops to change the world, it's this sentence. The Eibishter himself, in his full essence, desperately needs the mitzvah.
Can you stop it for a second?
I don't buy into that because.
So that rabbi with the long white beard and the hat that was just talking a second ago, that's Rabbi Manis Friedman. Most of you probably can't tell the difference between all these beards, but that's Rabbi Manis Friedman. He's the one who was telling people God actually needs us and He needs our service, right? And also he used the word Eibishter, the Eibishter. That I believe that's a Yiddish word. It's an appellation for God.
For the creator.
It means the one who stands above. That's what the Eibishter means. The one who stands above. It's an expression. It's an appellation for God.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. As Moses himself says very categorically in the Torah, in Tzedakta Matitan Lo, if you do righteousness, what are you doing for him? You're not doing him any favors. And again, if you sin, you think you're really offending him, you can analyze that a little bit on a Hasidic level. But essentially, when you do mitzvahs, it's the same principle. It's about connection to God. You do the mitzvah as a means of bringing yourself closer to God. You need to put on the tefillin, not because God needs you to put on the tefillin, but because you need to in order to bind your mind and your heart towards divinity. You need to light Shabbat candles so that you come to the...
You see, he's saying towards divinity. What the heck is divinity? Some nebulous...
Some of these rabbis, like him...
It's just weird.
They haven't adopted the terms, but they used the terms that academics use.
Or Christians and or academics. Or academic Christians.
Or just... There's a certain... language that has been decided upon in modern times. That if you want to sound sophisticated, here are the words that you use, and academics came up with these words.
It's called the rabbi doctor, nomenclature.
So, in order to be perceived as intelligent and to be invited to have profound conversations in which academics participate, you have to use terms that they like divinity and academic university philosophical terms, right? So this person, what he said, by the way, this is Emanuel Shochet's son.
Yeah.
I don't know how his father would feel about what he's saying, but basically, he's saying that a mitzvah, the word mitzvah means a binding. A mitzvah is commandment, right? When we say Jews have 630 commandments or the 10 commandments, say the 10 mitzvahs or the 613 mitzvahs. Okay, so he's saying that he's right about that. He goes that mitzvahs bind us to God. And that's why you do it, not that he needs it. We need it to bind to God. Well, I say, and many people say, I don't need that. Why do you need that? Why? So in order to bind to God, you got to wanna, right? You got to make a choice that you want to bind to God, right? So in a sense, what it actually is God wants us to choose to connect to him. The mitzvah is the means.
Yeah.
The mitzvah is what we use to connect to him.
Yeah.
But that's because he needs us to do that.
Yeah.
That's sorry.
It's just a strange thing to say.
Appreciation
on his part. Anyway.
of how you have your greater responsibility of illuminating the outside world. Mitzvahs are more for you and your own soul benefit than they are for God.
Is it heretical to believe, say, or teach that God needs us? Because I've seen classes online that say yes.
Yeah.
Are both opinions valid, or is only one right?
This is the great controversy about Rabbi Manis Friedman, who is extremely popular Chabad speaker. In fact, the advertisement goes, the most popular rabbi on the internet. I feel cheated, but no way. I'm not even near his numbers.
So he would never have missed if he didn't create the world. So why did he do it? It's a full-time job. It's a lot of people, a lot of problems, a lot of prayers to listen to, a lot of things to take care of and to help. It's not a problem for him. He's outside of time, so it all happens simultaneously and it takes no effort. He's the infinite omnipotent one. But from our perspective, it is more than a full-time job. So why do it? Take the easy way out. He was good. He's Ek Asher Eke. He doesn't need a world with 8 billion people in it. Why do it? Why bother? So the Mekubalim explain, you know why God created the world? Because he wanted, okay, that's a problem already. He's infinite, he doesn't want, but he wanted, needed, it's also a problem, he doesn't need. Although, again, we have certain, my chevra and the Shtibel minion, we have this conversation weekly. Does Hashem have needs or not? They send me Chabad propaganda every week to try to bolster their opinion. I'm just joking. I'm calling it that, but I love it.
Hey, can you stop it?
Does Hashem have needs?
Guys, those of you listening to this, I promise you these rabbis are attempting to speak English.
Yeah.
This is called yeshiva English.
Yeah.
And the patterns in which they speak, I needed to adjust my listening to make out what they're saying, because it's,
there's never it's like a person writing with no punctuation at all.
Right. So like the patterns of speech, it's hard to get used to it, but I just wanted to let you know, we promised to speak English, so we're going to try to translate. I was watching the Goonies the other day, and Chunk, remember in the beginning of the movie, Chunk was like eating chips, or he was like talking at the same time, so they added subtitles.
Yeah.
That's what we're functioning as the subtitles. So this rabbi, by the way, the previous rabbi, the kind of the heavyset guy, he didn't actually say.
He didn't say anything, and he's a genius, and I wanted to hear what he has to say. By the way,
he actually just said that it is a controversy because people made a thing out of it, but he's not saying that he.
I actually want to hear. We can maybe find that answer. It's on YouTube. We can find from him. I want to hear from him.
So basically, what you're seeing here, you're going to see a compilation of rabbis seemingly criticizing the position of Rabbi Manis Friedman, who was the one wearing the hat with the long white fluffy beard, who's saying God needs us. And then they're going to show Rabbi Friedman responding to all of these things. So this is okay. Continue, please continue. Sorry.
Can we appreciate? Can we understand the notion that Hashem would have a need? So you know what his need was? He wanted to give good. He wanted to do good.
Rabbi Manis Friedman says many times that God needs us, and he's in many videos. It's like we could call it his like go-to saying. It's a big idea that he wants to emphasize a lot. We want to understand what's his motivation. First of all, is he correct? Is he allowed to say such a thing? And if it's a kosher idea, is it an idea that we should emphasize so much and turn into one of the Ikrei Emunah?
I don't know if you realize this, but you've created a commotion online because you said a few simple words. 3 words. God needs us.
More than we need him. The
You heard that?
message that God needs us more than we need him. I think
Not only did he say God needs us, he needs us more than we need him.
Yeah. Nice.
Continue.
that's what separates Judaism from the rest of philosophy, religion, Nadischkeit, business.
My dad's
That's
freaking
what the
out.
Torah is
He's
trying
like,
to
what do
tell
you
you.
say?
What? How do you see that?
Vayedet Hashem al Har Sinai. God came down to talk to you.
Where is your proof? Give me proof here.
The proof
You're
is-
making a very big statement here.
Yes.
Okay.
The proof is that he initiates everything.
This rabbi's reaction, it's like he's learning something new.
This generation
Oh my God, what's wrong with these people?
is the least informed from all previous generation. That's why we need Mashiach to save us.
Dude, do you know who this rabbi is? He wrote a commentary book on a commentary called this is Rabbi Zeltzer on Zera Shimshon. It's like this big book that everybody's buying for like segul, like to learn as a for like to help them with to get married and have parnasa, and it's like a big thing. And he wrote commentary books with like cute stories, and this is like not a slouch in the Jewish world. This guy on the left. I have his books. This is insane.
Listen, exile means exile.
Yeah.
What do you think exile is?
Yeah, of course.
And we're in the deepest, darkest part of it right now.
Yeah, we are. And we're about to see just how much. Anyway.
To help
creates
us,
the world.
show us what to do. Yeah.
You want to say something?
My dad wants to tell a little story.
You can, please.
It's about the guy, the lawyer, young lawyer, go to Wall Street. He had to close the deal, very important, a lot of money, and he couldn't find the parking. He would go right and left, there's no parking, and said, he prayed to God, God, give me the parking, please, I have to find. And suddenly a car in front of him left, and he just parked and said, God, thank you very much, I already found it. Yeah, don't bother.
to what you're saying, how many times I've circled around like an idiot in certain places in the city and in Jersey, and then I started saying to him, and then I found the parking spot 2 minutes later.
I heard a different version of the same idea where I think my dad told me this one.
Yeah.
Where it's one of those like horrendous Russian jokes.
Yeah.
So basically, the guy, the guy, he's in bed with a married lady, and then they hear a knock on the door, and then obviously it's the husband. So the guy doesn't know where to hide, so he goes out on the ledge, and then he stumbles, and it's it's a tall building, so he stumbles and he's falling, and while he's falling, he's like, God, if you just spare my life somehow, just save it. I won't do this anymore. I won't do that anymore. I won't adulter. I won't do this. And then he lands in a dumpster with a bunch of soft stuff, like foam and whatever. And he goes, oh, never mind.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
Same. I think it's the same idea.
Yeah.
Thank you, Father.
In order for us to learn what to do.
Why does he need to teach us what to do? We are serving him because his need is more real than ours.
Like, notice he said we are serving him. Dude, all I ever hear about from every Orthodox Jewish rabbi I've ever known, there's a term called Avodat Hashem.
Service to God.
Service to God.
Yeah.
The guy on the left.
But he
the
doesn't
guy,
need it. He doesn't need it.
So what do you? I don't.
Look, I think what
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Here's what it comes down to. I think it's just the rabbis, they are so pious, and this is true. I'm talking about the real ones, okay?
Yeah.
That the idea that it might even be misconstrued.
Yeah.
If you use a word that is usually associated with finite creations.
Yeah.
And to use that in connection to God, even if it's not the same kind of need.
I think that's
creation. They can't. They.
That's what one of the rabbis. That's what one of the rabbis told them. They're like, you got to be careful because you're. And then actually, Rabbi Manis Friedman came back and says to one of them, he goes, "You have to understand something. I'm talking to a secular Jewish audience. I'm trying to relate something to them. I'm not talking to Euphromies who are in like Nudnik land with words."
Guys, I don't. Rabbi Friedman should have responded differently. He should have responded more Rabbi Friedman, which is the following. He should say, I have to use these words because this is what God is communicating to us in the Torah. It's the most basic foundation of our existence.
To his credit, he does say that. And then you know what he tells one of them? He goes, well, we'll watch it. But he says something in essence like, the yeshivas don't teach hashkafa. They don't teach philosophy anymore. Or if they do, it's kind of like very, it's like a for dessert. It's like a dessert,
Folks, when my colleague here said philosophy, it's a
Jewish philosophy.
We're not talking about general philosophy. We're talking about specifically, and it's not even philosophy.
Yeah.
There's the Hebrew word, the Torah word is hashkafa, which means outlook.
Yeah.
It's not the same as philosophy.
Correct. Worldview.
It's the
outlook.
It's the view through Torah glasses.
Correct. So a lot of these yeshivas, unfortunately, they don't teach it, except for Chabad. Chabad, half the curriculum in Chabad is you're learning, you're learning Hasidut, you're learning philosophy based on Kabbalah, based on different things, but these places hardly, if ever, again, if anybody's learning these hashkafa in these places, it's on their own free time. They're learning, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzato's books. They're learning this, they're learning that, but it's not part of the official curriculum of the yeshiva. The most of what they're learning is just either Jewish law, halacha, or Talmud, Gemara, or maybe in Chumash as well,
which has all of that too.
It has that too.
Has the outlook. It's just it's not taken to its available depth.
And it's not applied to the world, and it's by them, and that's how we got to people being afraid of their own shadow when a rabbi says God needs. Anyway, let's continue.
So why should you be mavatal your ratzon for his ratzon? Because his ratzon is more intense, more real, more necessary than mine.
I got to translate that.
You're saying that you're doing God a favor when you say.
He's saying, so, what Rabbi Friedman on the right was saying that, he goes, what if God doesn't need, then why should you nullify your own will and exchange it for God's will? Meaning, I want to go to McDonald's, but God wants me to go to prayer service.
Yeah.
Why should I do that? Because Rabbi Friedman's answer is going to be because God needs us to. If we know that, then we're gonna want to do that. But if you're telling me I got to do it for me, I'm going to McDonald's. I don't even know what the supposed reward is.
You know how I know what you're saying is true, Mr. Frank? Because I'm not saying this to my own horn. I'm only speak for myself. I became religious and turned my life upside flipping down at the age of 30 or 31 because I wanted to connect to God. And someone showed me that the way to do that is through these mitzvot. Versus the people, unfortunately, it's usually mostly girls who I've seen, but also guys. They go to, somebody sells them a nice flowery picture of like a family or whatever. Usually it's families. And these girls go to the seminaries and they're trying to become religious because it's better than what they grew up with in Brooklyn with their Russian parents, maybe, or maybe not. And then, so I don't know if they're doing it for God. Again, I'm not judging them personally, whatever it is, but it looks on its face that they're just kind of doing it because it's something better to do than what you've been doing.
It's a culture.
And it's a culture. And then what happens is when they don't get married, because the whole thing revolves around being married and a wife, they go back to square one. They stop being religious. So listen, maybe they did do it for God, maybe they didn't, maybe they had some spark, maybe this. I don't know. But if you're not gonna do it for God, if it's not gonna be for God, then the whole 180-degree flip, it's not gonna stick. Even I have trouble having it stick, and I did it for that.
You're gonna like this.
Okay.
You're karate man.
I'm a what man?
You're karate man.
Karate man.
No, like, well, we like martial arts.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, you sent me that 80s karate video.
Oh yeah.
But Karate Man's from Coming to America. Not Coming to America, Trading Places. Remember, he's in jail. He goes,
oh yeah.
He's like, Karate Man bleed on the inside.
Yeah.
Anyway, so this is from martial arts. So those of you who have some familiarity with martial arts, right? You know that many martial arts have these weird ritualistic looking dances, they're called forms, right? It's like some kind of like weird, like impressionistic,
crouching tiger,
interpretive dance, right? Like some kind of weird, Tai Chi, some kind of Chinese ballet or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so, so what is that? So every movement in these ritualistic dances represents a concept of striking or blocking, or some kind of, it's supposed to teach you how kinetic energy moves, right, through real life, how your body moves in situations. It's supposed to, so when these forms or these dances are taught, every movement is supposed to have, it symbolizes a whole concept of martial arts. And the teacher is supposed to explain what every movement means so that you can think about it as it's happening. And then when you have to use it in real life, you're not going to do that crazy dance, but you're going to have, because you practiced it in the dance, you're going to have an understanding of how to use it in a real life situation when you need to defend yourself. So the Orthodox Jewish community or the culture, the day-to-day for kids, let's say, right? The day-to-day life is like those martial arts forms. They don't necessarily understand what's going on, but they're still going through the motions of the form. And as they grow, they're supposed to learn more and more about what each each religious ritual means and why we go through it and how it's supposed to affect us, right? And what it's about. And that's how it's been throughout all of Jewish history. That's how people have gone through, and that's why there were so many. That's why throughout most of Jewish history, why the Jewish people were so faithful to our religion, to our faith, and to such an extent that most would die for it. Because they had a natural connection to it. They grew up going through the motions. They learned gradually what each motion meant. And their faith grew to such an extent that they would give their life for it. Now, in this generation alone, the kids go through the motions, but unfortunately, they're not really taught at each step what these motions are about and what they're supposed to do. It's just...
Which is the most incredible thing to me. Yeah. I was just going to say, it's an incredible thing to me because all the available information, just mountains. It's a sea of Torah out there on the internet. If you're on the internet, it's just a sea of Torah. You can find explanations for everything. You can find commentary for everything. You can find everything. You can even find the most obscure books if you really mostly in Hebrew, and these guys read in Hebrew. You could literally just I don't know. To me,
because
it's astounding.
I don't know exactly what's going on, but the Torah this is the first generation where the Torah is actually censored.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that this generation's rabbis, right? Many of them who shouldn't even be rabbis, but a lot of them have decided that censorship and protection to treat the kids, to treat children like permanent children.
Yeah.
Where you got to censor stuff from them.
Yeah.
Which you can understand why they might want to do that, but at the same time, they're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
That is true. That is true. I mean, it's a reaction to everything that's going on. All right.
Absolutely.
It's a big line. You know that, right?
Yes. And without
Rabbi Friedman, being Mechadesh, we're coming up with this completely original thing. Nobody says, well, let me tell you, you're doing God a favor when you serve him. He's not helping.
Once you get this idea, you find it everywhere.
He's the most patient man I've ever seen
very strange
on the internet. Rabbi, listen, Rabbi Friedman is the most patient person I've ever seen on the internet.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah. It's almost like that rabbi was looking at him and saying to him, to imagine this is like not a perfect analogy, but imagine like a two scientists, right? Or I don't know, or two guys, not scientists, two guys who are like in the let's say the command, like DEF CON, like not DEF CON, what is it? NORAD. And one of them is like just punches in the codes, right? And then the other guy sitting next to him the guy knows exactly what he did, what the guy who punched in the codes did, and the guy goes, "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" And it's a rhetorical question. Yeah, I know what I've just done. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I know what you've done and you've done it, and now let's talk about what you've done. But it's good that you did that. But I can't say that openly. But I know what you did and you know what you did, and like let's explain yourself.
Yeah.
Strange. All right.
thing that I have to defend the Torah to the rabbis or to anybody. So let's understand exactly what we're dealing with here. There is the Creator who always was and always will be, eternal, all-powerful, infinite, Ein Sof, et cetera, et cetera. Then there's creation. What is the connection between them? The Creator really shouldn't create. Hashem, God, should be independent, perfect in himself, and there should be no creation. So the ultimate question, the first question is, what's a creation? Where did that come from? The answer is that there is Creator and there is creation. Where does Torah fit in? Is Torah part of creation or is Torah part of Creator? In other words, what do we believe about the Torah?
Can you stop for a second?
So here's
when he says Torah, he's talking about the Torah. That's just, an old guy who grew up listening to Yiddish. That's how, from Poland, they say Torah. They have funny accents, but it's Torah. Continue, please. Sorry.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Yeah.
a good way to put it, Erev Pesach. The Torah says that we should eat matzah to remember the coming out of Mitzrayim. When did the mitzvah of eating matzah come into existence? After we came out of Mitzrayim?
Egypt.
In other words, an event in creation, in the world, created this mitzvah. So the Eibishter is reacting to an event and made up a mitzvah in response. So he never really wanted you to eat matzah, but after Yetzias Mitzrayim happened, and he wants you to remember coming out of Mitzrayim, so he made a mitzvah to remember it. In other words, the mitzvah not only doesn't precede creation, it's a product of creation. It's a tulda. It's not even creation. It's lower than creation. That's horrible, wrong, and ridiculous. Torah is Torah's emes, the blueprint of creation, not the product of creation. Which means the Eibishter wants us to eat matzah. That's why there was Yetzias Mitzrayim. And that's why there was the botzeg that didn't rise. In other words, what happens in the world comes from Torah. Torah does not come from the world.
Okay, can you stop it, Greg?
Anybody disagree with that?
I'm sorry to do this so frequently, but because of the language they use, I'll do it quick. I promise I won't droll on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Greg, and on.
Yep.
Okay, so what the rabbi was saying here is that we're talking about when we say what God needs, you're talking about specifically he needs our service, meaning he needs us to fulfill the commandments that he outlined in the Hebrew scripture. That's what he needs. Okay. So if you're saying if he doesn't need it, and so what you're saying is that the commandments were a product of circumstances in the creation. And so in that sense, they're even lower than the creation. So in a sense, there's like three levels, three different categories of existence. There's God, the ultimate. Then there's the creation, which God lends existence to it. And then there's the commandments, which are a reaction to something that happens in the creation. So people who say that God doesn't need us, that's essentially what they're saying they're not saying that consciously, because if you corner them on it, they'll be like, no, of course I'm not saying that. But they don't understand the implications of what they're saying when they say God doesn't need us. They're essentially saying that the mitzvahs, the commandments that God outlined in the Torah for us, right? He made the statements that they are just consequences and not the essence. They're not the main idea. They're just a reaction. There's something that we got to do, and it's temporary, or it's related to something that happened. It's a reaction to something that happened, which no rabbi would tell you. Every rabbi would be like, "Oh, of course not. No, the mitzvahs are eternal." And why would they say that? Feeling threatened now, not realizing that saying that God needs the commandments, right, implies that they're saying the other thing, which they'll deny categorically, right? Because the commandments, the Torah teaches the commandments are the absolute essence of God. The commandments that he's sharing with us, when he's telling us that he wants us to do these things, these commandments that he speaks about in Hebrew scripture, he's sharing his deepest self with us. So he gave the example of when he says Yetzias Mitzrayim, he's talking about the exodus from Egypt. In Hebrew, it's Yetziat Mitzrayim. Okay, and so we're not eating matzah, those leavened, crackers, right? Those unleavened crackers. We're not eating matzah because we went out on Egypt. because we went out of Egypt. God created the Exodus so that we would eat the matzah. And it's the matzah that's the main point. Because the commandments are what God, the commandments, the things that he's commanding us to do is what God does, so to speak, in his own time. So let's say, let's just, this is difficult, but before the creation, right? That's a problematic statement, but because of time, but before God created, right? God was eating matzah. Now, what that means on God's level, that's a different story, okay? God's version of eating matzah is not like our version of eating matzah. Our eating matzah is something like, when we eat matzah, it's something like, it's as close as we can get to whatever it is that God does when he eats matzah. We don't understand that. That goes beyond comprehension. Or when we put on those black boxes, right? The I think they call, in Hebrew, it's tefillin. But in the Bible, right, if you're reading a translation of the Hebrew scripture, it'll say like phylacteries.
It means phylacteries, and that's the only thing that it's referring to in this entire world, that word.
Yeah. So
it
that
doesn't refer to anything else.
So God tells us to bind them as a sign upon our arm, across our heart, and between our eyes, right? So we fulfill these commandments, right? That's because God's telling us what he does before the creation. Like, this is just who he is and what he does. And you know, we're gonna, you know, when Mashiach comes, right, and the world is done, we're gonna spend eternity understanding all the things that God does, and we're going to be doing it alongside with him as a way of connecting to him. It's like saying like this: if God likes to play miniature golf on Tuesdays, we're going to join him on the miniature golf course, and on Tuesdays play alongside with him. Obviously his game is a little bit better than ours, but we'll do our best. The point is to spend time with God, because he likes miniature golf on Tuesdays. Okay, so to use that metaphor, so all the commandments are things that God does, like Sabbath observance, right? There's like this archetypal idea where, you know, when you're growing up, your father, he's, you know, it's his Shabbat table, the Sabbath table, right? Where you have the meal with your family, and then the candles, and then you sing songs and you say blessings, and it's a service, right? The Shabbat table is a service. It's not in the synagogue, it's at home, but the Jewish home is where most of the commandments are taking place, not in the synagogue, okay? So the Shabbat table, right? You're going to your father's house for Shabbat. You're sitting at the table with him. He wants his children to sit at the table with him, right? You're joining your father. So when we do Shabbat, God, it's like we're sitting at God's table. It's like he's sitting at the table as the father, and he's waiting for us to join him. He wants his children to join him at the Shabbat table. Same thing with every other mitzvah, okay? It's bowling on Thursdays with God. Why does he like bowling? It's going to take a little time to get to the, you know, we're never really going to get to the full bottom of it, but there's enough insight that we're going to get into it that it'll take eternity to know, okay? Because the mitzvahs are just as deep and infinite as God himself, because he infused his essence into them. So if you realize what that is, so the Torah, what is the Torah? The Torah is God coming to the world and giving to humanity, not just the Jewish people, but to humanity. He's saying to them, this is my deepest essence. Here's what I do. Here's what I want mankind to engage in with me. Come and I'm showing you my most intimate self. And so please come and join me, right? That's what the commandments are. That's what the Torah is. So we're supposed to choose to go and do that, okay? So that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for they're using Jewish words, so it's
Not possible. Not because of Exedas HaKosuf, not because it says in Torah, but because it doesn't make sense.
Go back a little.
Torah is not a product of creation.
Yeah, Gzeras HaKosov means Gzera, that is a decree that is written.
The Torah is a product of the Creator. It is Him, not something He created. And that's what the Zohar means. You got to start with that. Not because it's Kabbalah, not because we're mystical, and not because it's simply the most sensible, the most logical, and the most real approach. There is the Eibishter. There is no creation. Nothing exists. Nothing exists. Okay, now what happened? There is nothing. Ein oid milvade. There is nothing. But he wants to do you a favor, so he, what? What are you jumping? What are you skipping? There is no favor, there's no one to do a favor, there is no chesed, there is no kindness, there is nothing. There's just him. Okay, what happened? And that's why don't bring me a pasuk and don't bring me a Maimer Chazal. We're talking about the Eibishter before there's a Chazal and before there's a pasuk.
Don't bring me verses and don't bring me talks from sages. We're talking about the time before there was all of this kind of stuff.
Before anything.
Before, yeah. For any commentaries and ideas. And
again, the Eibishter is a word we use for God. Okay.
Yeah.
So is the Eibishter real because it says on Torah that he's real? That is not emunah at all.
Faith.
So it's a very fundamental mistake that people are making. And it's tragic because our relationship with the Eibishter has become shallow, meaningless. So I'm not even going to defend the idea that the mitzvahs are him, not a creation that he made up at some point within time, within space, within creation. The mitzvah it has to be him because there was only him. So let's ask a very simple question. Was there a time, a level, a madrega, where the Eibishter did not want us to eat matzah? Was there any significance and purpose in Avram Avinu eating matzah on Pesach?
Can you stop
before there was a Yetzias Mitzrayim?
So what he's saying, folks, is that those of you who are familiar with the Bible story, Genesis, Abraham, the three men who came, his visitors, the three angels, right, who came to him. So it describes him. He was eating bread. He was eating these cakes.
Yeah.
So that was actually Passover. When the angels came to visit him, it was, even though Abraham was before the Exodus, right, before the Exodus of Egypt, he was still eating matzah on the day that the Exodus took place.
Yeah.
So we see that eating matzah transcends the Exodus itself, and it's something that Abraham knew that God does.
Yeah,
at that particular time.
Yeah. Listen, it goes back to what I said about this time period of Jewish history, which basically lends itself to the idea that it's almost as if God baked into the fabric of the universe this particular time of destruction, in a way, if you want to say, before even the so-called sin of the spies. That's how far I'm taking that. I mean, you have to admit that. Then, no.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with that, but
Yeah, it makes you feel uncomfortable. But yeah.
but we also have the teaching. We received the teaching that this day will become a holiday.
Correct.
When Mashiach comes.
Correct. Obviously.
So there's some kind of observance going on this day for infinity. God has always been observing something on this day, and it has these two aspects to it. But the negative aspect is a very tiny sliver, because we're going to be experiencing this holiday in the future when Mashiach comes as a holiday, as in a celebration for eternity. So it's mostly a celebration, and it has some hidden blessing aspect to it.
Correct, which makes the Iranian regime schmucks, because they supposedly want to attack us on this day, and they want to tap into the energy of this day, thus admitting that there were temples in Israel, thus admitting that we were in Israel, thus they're idiots, because they don't understand that just as in the Purim story, we fasted, and that's how, we were saved. And on top of that this would be a holiday, and on top of that they by way of Hamas turned Simchat Torah into something that we read about, akin to something we read about on Tisha B'Av, and probably Tisha B'Av is going to become Simchat Torah.
So, folks,
they're schmucks.
Yeah, October 7th, right, was the last day of the high holidays. There's a festival that we observe called Sukkot.
Yeah.
Right. Those of you who read in English the Bible, it's called the Festival of Booths. 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 Okay. I'm like my cousin Vinny.
The Festival of Youth. Booths.
Yeah, I have trouble. So the Festival of Booths. Those of you who have some familiarity. So we observe that holiday for 7 days, and then at the very end of that holiday is a overlapping connected holiday called Simchat Torah, and it's a very joyous day. And it was the end of that when they attacked, and they turned it, instead of the most joyous holiday of the year, they turned it into the biggest tragedy, one of the biggest tragedies in history. And so what Greg was saying is that traditionally, this upcoming holiday, this fast that we're going to start observing tonight until the 26 hours, right, for 26 hours, that's normally viewed as the biggest tragedy in history, but it may become the biggest celebration in history, God willing, tomorrow. Greg, I'm just trying to explain you. Go ahead, please.
So I'm explaining the rabbi, and you're explaining me explaining the rabbi. The translator for the translator.
Far out.
Or as Kim Jong-il said in Team America World Police, maybe I should fire my translator? And he shoots him in the head.
Even Lot ate matzah on Pesach.
Lot, Abraham's nephew.
Because they knew that there would someday be a mitzvah. What is that? You're making fun of the Torah? It's all a little product, a little game, a little trick. Does it say anywhere, does anyone of any authority say that the Eibishter doesn't need a mitzvah? There's no such statement.
Folks,
wherever it says the Eibishter doesn't need us,
he's saying that there are no Jewish sages from the traditional Torah, from traditional Torah Judaism, that have ever made a statement that God doesn't need us. And he's right. Continue, please. I'm sorry.
Us is not his mitzvahs. So let's be clear and let's make sense when we talk. Does the Eibishter need us? What do you mean by that? Does he need us to what? Explain your question. Does the Eibishter need mitzvahs? kind of question is that? But where's the debate?
Of course
What's the issue? The question that's being created is, are the mitzvahs real or were they made up as part of creation? Who asks a question like that? A Maimon? So, of course, the mitzvahs are real. The question is only, where do we fit in? The mitzvahs are his mitzvahs. He needs matzah. Why am I eating matzah? Do I need it? Now, that's a good question. Whether he needs it, it's his mitzvah. And it existed before there was a creation, including the creation of love and kindness and chesed and malchus. And before there was anything, there was already the mitzvah. So, did the Eibishter make up the mitzvah at some point? And now that he made it up, he's stuck with it? Chas v'sholem to even think like that.
God forbid.
Mitzvah was not made up. It was not created out of nothing. That's Gashmis is created out of nothing. Not Torah. Torah is eternal. Torah always was, always will be. And that's what it means. So it may be wrong to say that the Eibishter needs the mitzvah, but it's so much more wrong to say that he doesn't. He doesn't need the mitzvah? Then what is a mitzvah? It's a tragic matzav that people have fallen into. And where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Why this enjoyment? Why the pleasure of thinking he doesn't need? What's everybody so happy about? It's better if he doesn't need a mitzvah. So he doesn't need the mitzvah, but we should literally give our lives over and over for thousands of years to die for the mitzvah, which he does not need. Making fun of everything. You're making a joke of the Eibishter, you're making a joke of the Torah, you're making a joke of Yidden. We've been fooled. We've been dying for nothing. So you might say, well, no, not for nothing. You'll go to Gan Eden.
Heaven.
So now even Mesiras Nefesh is selfish?
He's saying, so
So
now...
even when I give up my life, it's only for a reward? When we are told that we're not supposed to do any mitzvah for the reward? So, you know, I don't understand why I'm defending this. One of the ways of understanding the question of the Rasha says, we eat matzah.
The Rasha is the evil son in the Passover.
Folks, the Passover service, when we have the holiday of Passover, to observe this holiday, we go to the synagogue to say prayers, and then we go home and we have a ritualistic meal, okay, where we read a book, which is called the Haggadah, which tells the whole experience of, it helps us to remember the Exodus. That's one of the commandments that we were given to, that we have to remember the Exodus from Egypt. Okay, and we also have to eat matzah, we eat bitter herbs, and these are all specific commandments that God told us that we have to eat. And also the Passover, the Paschal lamb, right? It was a sacrifice that was in the temple, in temple times, that we did, and we would have a portion of that meat that comes from the lamb that was used in that ritualistic slaughter. Okay, so in the book, there's one standard Haggadah book that we read, that all the Jewish people read. And it says there's one section that talks about archetypical children, right? You have the archetypal family, father, the mother, and you have the children. And there are, in the context of Passover, you have 4 archetypal sons. Each one of them is different. There's a simple one, there's a wise one, there's the evil one, and then there's the one who doesn't even know how to ask. Okay, so we read them every year. So when he says the Rasha, he's talking about the evil son. What does he say? Right? He asks this question. Okay, I'm sorry. There's no way anybody's going to make use of what he said unless I explain that.
Understood.
To remember coming out of Mitzrayim. His question is, enough already. The reason is no longer relevant. It's been 3,000 years. How much gratitude you have to be grateful for. In other words, the Rasha is saying the reason for the mitzvah is the entire mitzvah. So when the reason is gone, the mitzvah should be gone. And that's what makes him a Rasha. Even though he comes to the Seder, and he's there every year, with his same question. So he comes to the Seder and he eats the matzah. Doesn't say he doesn't do it. No place does it say that he refuses to eat the matzah or the morer or the Salzwasser. So what makes him a Rasha? He's saying it's not relevant anymore. Because the reason given is no longer valid. Why is that a Rasha? Because, as we were saying, the mitzvah is not born out of a reason. The mitzvah is what the Eibishter always wanted. The Torah is the blueprint for creation. So because the Eibishter wanted matzah, all of that happened so that we would eat matzah. To think that the mitzvah, a divine mitzvah, Ratzon Elyon, or Tzorech Elyon, is a byproduct of an event, that's a Rasha.
Can you stop it? Greg, some of our audience, both of them maybe, might be thinking, what the hell does God want? Why does he eat crackers? And why does he want us to eat crackers? And why did he create, hundreds of years of slavery in Egypt and then did that whole huge production of the Exodus so that we would eat crackers? Yes. Okay? So let me explain what crackers are.
Yeah.
Okay? The first thing you need to understand is that everything that you see here in the physical world has a corresponding spiritual structure. Meaning the physical world mirrors heaven. And the heaven above that mirrors the heaven below it, and so on and so forth forever. Okay. What is above, so is below. That's not a hermetic concept. That's just a fact, okay, of existence. Okay. So, yes, crackers are made of wheat or a similar, there's 7 grains that you can make these crackers out of, okay? Each one of those grains might be just a grain to us, but it has a heavenly counterpart. And if it's in heaven, then it must be something very profound. Okay? In fact, everything that you see in this world has a counterpart in heaven. And in heaven, it's revealed why it's there and how it serves God. So there's nothing mundane going on in heaven, which means there's nothing mundane going on here. Things look mundane to us, but really everything is of infinite depth and extremely important to God, every last detail of it. There's nothing extraneous to God. So there's something about these grains, and there's something about preparing them, growing them, and making a certain type of food out of them. That is very important to God. What's the process? You grow the grain, then you grind it, right? You turn it into a powder, flour, right? And then you bake it, and you prepare it as a food item, as its basic nutrition, right? Bread is a very old food, okay? And it's meaningful, but how do you prepare bread most of the time? Because God, eats, bread on his level too. Because on Shabbat, which we know God observes, right? Whatever that means for God, he observes Shabbat. And there's bread on Shabbat. There are these loaves of bread. So he eats bread, God's version of bread, whatever that means, okay? So bread is usually, like you take flour and water, and then you give it time to rise, right? Air gets in there, puffs up, and then you bake it. But the matzah that we eat on Passover, those crackers, right? We don't give it any time to rise. We mix bread and water. We mix flour and water. We don't give it time to rise, and we keep it flat. So there's we have a lot of information about why that's important and the meaning behind it. It's symbolically, it's a symbol of humility, right? Where bread is it's filled up with air, right? It's like puffed up, meaning the substance itself, it looks bigger than it actually is, right? Like bread it's kind of deceptive. Like you think of something so big, but it's not really solid. It's full of air. But matzah is what bread is really like without a bunch of nothing, without air inside of it to puff it all up. So there's a lot of depth. We have a lot of information about it, but God does it for that and many other reasons that he'll reveal to us in the future. So crackers are important to God because everything is important to God. You got to and we're going to learn what everything that you will discover about existence in the physical world, in the universe, right? That's something that's very important to God. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. There's nothing extraneous. And crackers too. And crackers are pretty high up there for some reason. Sorry. Because people are listening to this and they're like, the hell are we talking about crackers? Yes, folks. For some reason, crackers are important to God.
Correct.
And that's not Exodus HaKosov. That's a terrible, terrible mistake. Because if anything, the one thing we know for sure, every mitzvah is eternal. But the Rasha is saying, how can it be eternal if the reason for it becomes irrelevant? So not every mitzvah is eternal. Only the chukim are eternal. Because they never had a reason, so they can't become invalidated. But any mitzvah that has a reason is not eternal. The Rambam would highly disapprove of this kind of thinking.
And that's why Hake is Shinov, the Shin representing the letter Shin, which represents Sheker, because that's the ultimate lie, that the mitzvahs are based on a reason or that they're part of creation and not part of creator.
So really what it's saying is that every mitzvah is essentially a chayk. What is a chayk? A chayk means this is him. Why? What do you mean why? An Eibishter is an Eibishter. And an Eibishter wants matzah. That's an Eibishter. So how can you say he doesn't need it? It's like saying he doesn't have to be an Eibishter. And it's a silly question to say, but then he's not perfect. It's like saying the Eibishter is not perfect. There's only one of him. Hey, come on, only one? How perfect is that? The Eibishter is Shabbosdik, and the Eibishter is Pesachdik. Oh, that's a chesed? That's an imperfection in him? In fact, the perfection is that the Eibishter does not change with events. So the Yetzias Mitzrayim did not change him into wanting matzah. He always wanted matzah.
But how can matzah not be part of creation if it's flour and water, which are all so imagine that's how for people to wrap their minds around.
That is a very good question. And why is that not spoken of? And why is the answer not given, let's say, in yeshivas in the 4th grade? You're teaching kids about mitzvahs. Shouldn't that be explained? And why is the Eibishter such a neglected subject in yeshiva? So, the first thing is, when you say, does the Eibishter need? Need what? Okay. So there are 2 parts to the question. Does he need a mitzvah? He is the mitzvah. Hu retzaynoi echad. He's not made up of parts, and he didn't invent himself. He is the mitzvah, and the mitzvah is him. Kul echad. Now the question is, what does that have to do with creation? Or in simple words, why do we do the mitzvah if it's him? So, firstly, we now understand when we do a mitzvah, what effect does it have on us? We become him. We become nisached with him. So the result is that Yisro eiraisa v'kudsha bricha kol echad. Why does that happen? Because the Torah is him. The mitzvah is him. When I do a mitzvah, I am becoming godly. So the Eibishter gave us the mitzvah so that we can become godly. But why does the mitzvah make us godly if he doesn't need it? If the mitzvah is not him, how do I become him when I do a mitzvah? So the statement, Lo nitnu hamitzvahs elo l'tzadav behemes habris, means, how do we become nitzdarev? How do we become purified when we do a mitzvah? Because the mitzvah is not part of creation. It's not an invention. It's him. If you devote yourself to a mitzvah, you become the mitzvah. So you become him. So now let's deal with the second question. Why do we do mitzvahs? Why is nitnu ha-mitzvahs? Ilu keraftanu l'fnei har Sinai v'lo nosan lonu es ha-Torah. Dayenu? For what? For taking us out of Mitzrayim? We already said that. What does kervonu l'fnei har Sinai v'lo nosan lonu es ha-Torah mean? If he let us get to see him, hear him, and know him at Har Sinai without giving us his mitzvahs, that would be amazing. Dayenu. Just to get to know that the mitzvah is him is a huge gift. Dayenu. Not only did he let us know that the mitzvah is him, now he gives us the Torah, nitnu ha-mitzvahs, right? Nesinas ha-Torah, matan Torah, that we can actually become the mitzvah and thereby become him. So, We've established that he needs the mitzvah because he is the mitzvah. Now the question is, does he need us? Need us for what? Well, does he need us to do the mitzvah? So when he gives us the mitzvah, and we are creations, we are with finite chushim, we need a reason, a tam, which really means a taste. Tamu ru'u. We need to be able to taste the mitzvah even as human beings. So the Eibishter gives us a tam. But that's like the capsule on the medicine, right?
A
You gotta
tom is a
swallow the
reason.
medicine. But in order to swallow the medicine properly, it's put into a capsule. But without the capsule, it's even stronger. Maybe a little too strong for you to swallow. So every mitzvah is him, but he gives it to us in a fashion that we can tolerate, we can ingest it, we can internalize it through its ta'am. Does he need us? I think it's pretty clear he needs us to do the mitzvah. But does he need us? He needs us to do the mitzvah, so we do the mitzvah. So he'll reward us and thank us very much and gig isn't today. Thank you, I got the mitzvahs I wanted from you, and here's a reward, and see you later. No. What he really wants is to become united, to become echad. So really what he wants is us. V'atem tihiyu li. And that's why all the Nevi'im say, did the Eibishter ask you for karbonos? What do you think, he wants karbonos? Yeah. It's a whole chumash full of karbonos.
Can you stop this?
What the Navi is saying.
So he's saying that there are verses in Tanakh, in the prophets, right? I think either Amos or Zechariah, I forget, maybe neither one. Maybe it's Zephaniah, where the statement is, where God is saying, do you think I want your sacrifices, which we would bring animals to the temple and they would be sacrificed. It's a ritualistic mitzvah, commandment, right? So God's saying, do you think I want, these animals that you're bringing? What he's saying is you're missing the point. It's not the ritual itself. It's what the ritual accomplishes. The ritual, the commandment, the mitzvah is supposed to bind you to me. That's the means of unification. So what God really wants is to unify with you. The method that's accomplished is by you choosing to engage in these specific mitzvahs, these commandments, these religious rituals, these bindings. Because the word mitzvah means you're binding yourself to God, right? That's the means of unification. So he's not telling you to do the mitzvah. He's telling you to do it because that's what binds him to us. So we are the main point. It's the relationship that he's seeking. This is the means by which the relationship is consummated.
Mm-hmm. He doesn't want you to bring an animal and go home. He wants the carbon to connect you to Hashem. Because he doesn't want the animal, he wants you. Every mitzvah brings you closer to him. So does he want the mitzvah or does he want you? You're frum, you want your kids to be frum. Because you want more frum or because you want your kids? This is crucial.
Can you stop it again?
If the children get the impression that all you want,
He's saying you're going to have to rewind that because this is a very important point he's making, and it's going to mess people up because I'm stupidly interrupted at a bad moment. Wait. Hold on. I was just going to say that. You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. What was I going to say, Greg?
I have no idea. You want to just play it again?
It'll come back to me. Continue.
All right.
And that's why all the Nevi'im say, did Abishta ask you for karbonos? What do you think? He wants karbonos? Yeah.
Sacrifices.
It's a whole chumash full of karbonos. What the Navi is saying, he doesn't want you to bring an animal and go home.
The prophet.
He wants the carbon to connect you to Hashem. Because he doesn't want the animal, he wants you. Every mitzvah brings you closer to him. So does he want the mitzvah? Does he want you? You're frum. You want your kids to be frum. Because you want more frum or because you want your kids? This is crucial. If the children get the impression that all you want is more frum, they're going to rebel.
Religiousness, frum.
If they hear and feel, no, you want them to be close with you. So when you're sitting by a Shabbos table, you want your children with you. Not because you want more Shabbos, but because you want your kids. The Eibishter wants us to be his. V'atem tihiyu li. Through the mitzvah. So now, does he need us? So, what does it mean? Ata b'chartonu mikol ha'amin.
Stop it.
If he needs us.
I remember. He's going to say this again later, but so the rabbis that are complaining about him, again, they're hung up on the word need, but they have no problem with want. They have no problem if you say God wants this and God wants that.
Yeah.
So that you say to them, wait a minute. So you're saying God wants what he doesn't need?
Yeah.
Of course not.
Or someone perfect wants something. You know, you ever meet or you ever come into somebody's house and usually it's like an older Jewish, like somebody like your grandmother, let's say, you want to eat? No, I'm okay. I'm fine. I don't need anything and I don't want anything.
I'm looking forward to hearing those words again from my grandmothers.
Yes.
One day.
Yes.
Us, why is he comparing us to other nations? As if it could have been somebody else? Can't be somebody else. The world was created through the blueprint of Torah. And the Torah says that Avraham was special. Hashem promised that his children would be the Am Segula. So there was no other option. So what does it mean that David to offer the Torah to other nations? So look it up and find a pirush, but don't destroy everything because you can't imagine how great the Torah is.
It says Yisrael are asking Kucho Bichu Kulachat. Kucho Bichu, as we know, is not going on the deepest level of God, right? That's pushback I get all the time on that. Yeah, there's a certain level of God which is one with the Torah and the Jew, but that's only the level of Kucho Bichu.
It's so embarrassing how shallow people's questions are. If the mitzvah is not him, And if we are not him, but on some lower level we get connected, then we'll never be echad. It's an artificial connection that didn't exist until yesterday. All of a sudden we're connected. That's called echad. And the same would say, he wanted it, and now that he wants it, it's necessary. Something doesn't become necessary after not being necessary, in the true sense of the word. Something can't become essential. Essential means it is the essence. It can't become the essence. That's so foolish. So if it's echad, it has to be at the highest level before there is anything unnatural or created or manufactured. So the thinking that the Eibishter is involved in the lowest levels, but the highest levels of him really is detached. It's horrible. It's horrible.
You hear
The
this?
real him doesn't need, so the Torah is not real.
You hear this?
Yeah.
So, yeah, let's just continue.
Yeah.
But this perspective that we're sharing is based on pretty much only Chabad Chassidus.
Not based on any quotes. I'm trying to present the unavoidable aspect of it. Don't debate a pasuk or a quote because if it's debatable, then it's not good anymore. If you need a raya from a pasuk, it's no good. And the Eibishter is a product of Torah, or is Torah him?
I'm saying that this perspective that you're trying to share with the world, and the so many rabbis don't agree or understand it the same way.
There is no rabbi who knows anything that disagrees. You can't disagree without destroying Torah. So really, it's embarrassing that this is even a discussion. It's like, is Torah true? Let's talk about it. There are shittas about it. No, there are not shittas about it. Torah is emes. La'olam u'la'ol me'olamim. That's our starting point. Not a debatable issue. So when people say, where does it say that? Where does it say that the Eibishter is real? And if it says that makes him real, this is very sad. Okay, so first of all, it's now become.
Can I say something, man? When I hear this, the only thing I can think of is something that I've been thinking about for a long time. And I don't mean to indict anybody. It's just something that I wonder. And I only wonder that because I'm a person who grew up not religious, not in the religious world, and I came to it on my own. And I sometimes ask the question. Sometimes I've asked it openly, but a lot of the times I ask it only in my head because I don't want to really offend anybody or start any arguments with anybody. I sometimes wonder, what is the percentage of people who grew up religious who would choose it if they could? You understand my question?
Yeah.
How many people actually believe in Hashem? How many people actually believe in the Torah, that the Torah is literally what you describe it to be, which is what it is? How many of these people believe that they're parnassus from God? How many of these people believe that the passages that on Rosh Hashanah that talk about, who by fire and who by this, who lives and who dies this year? How many people actually believe that stuff, man? of the people who grew up religious. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying they. I don't know. There was never a study taken. There was never. It's just like with the schmacks. There's not going to be any studies. Like I just wonder about that. I only wonder because, again, I spend time in the community and I've spoken to people, and I've gotten a sense of things, and I feel like people are. There's this very famous quote, "Fake it till you make it." So a lot of people are trying to just will themselves into maybe, doing as much of the mitzvot as possible, as much as of learning, as much of praying, as much of the regular, men have to go to a minyan, a quorum of 10 men. Just do all that, and by way of doing all that, you'll come to some kind of connection. Okay, well, what about the guys that did all that for years and years and years and had the opposite effect? Who grew up this way and now they're completely disconnected, or they've gone off completely, or you argue with them. And I met guys like this where I lived in Crown Heights. People who grew up in Rabbi Manis Friedman's community, who read everything and know everything and say it's all.
Excuse me, I have to stop you there.
Yeah.
They don't know everything. They may have read.
They've read everything. That's what I mean. They've read everything.
They don't know what they read.
Listen, I don't know if they know or they don't know. My point is
clear. It's obvious that they don't know.
Well, my point is that they think everything is hogwash. There's a guy already in the comment section of my little mini clip that you sent me from Rabbi Manis Friedman. I'm sorry, from Rabbi Isser Weisberg's lecture, right? That I gave the interview. And somebody, so he's talking about, the Temple Mount, and how there's the mosque, Dome of the Rock over there. And this guy comes in the comments and he just literally asks a general question, I guess, based on a claim that a religious claim that we make. And he just asks, is there can somebody find me in any museum on God's green earth, an exhibit that shows, Moses and the splitting of the sea? No, I didn't think so. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's a lot of dummies on the internet.
No, but the point is that that's where people I've, who grew up religious are at. I've had these discussions, you understand? And I personally, in a lot of these discussions, I don't know what to say regarding those specific things. I don't. I really don't.
Look, the people that Greg, most kids who grow up in religious homes are not like what you're describing. There is an amount of kids who turn out this way that is, it's a lot. Okay, it's too much.
Yeah.
Even one would be too much, right? But unfortunately, it's more than one.
My point. Listen, my point is that what I'm describing is the extreme. But even the kids that stay, so to speak, in the fold, the people that stay in the fold, and they even get married, and they have amazing, like they live, they make money, and everything is, they have kids, and I sometimes wonder, do they know that they have all that because God allowed them to have all that?
I think they do. I think most of them do. Okay, I think that it's there, except that they can't. They're not at the level where they can articulate it. And when they're forced to articulate it, they bumble because they weren't taught. It's something that they feel. It's an intuition. It's you know what I mean. But they're just, this generation cannot articulate it. They can't explain things that they feel. Okay, I think most of them do. I think this generation probably has the most amount of kids who are rebelling because those are the smartest kids.
Of course, no. I specifically mean that they are very smart kids.
The rebellious kids are the smartest kids because they don't trust things that a person cannot articulate.
I know.
in some way. Like they need to understand why, and because they feel strongly. You understand? They have strong emotions, and they feel love very powerfully, right? And they feel rejection very powerfully, right?
Yeah.
They feel apathy. They feel. See, the opposite of love isn't hate; it's apathy.
Yeah.
Right? When someone is has a lukewarm attitude towards them or somewhat indifferent, that hurts more than being hated.
Of course.
Right? Love and hate are two sides of the same coin, where both of them are passionate obsession.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And women are very much
sometimes one can be a result of the other. Sometimes hate can come right after intense love.
Right. So when somebody
infatuation.
So a lot of absolutely. A lot of times these kids when they feel like they feel that there's an apathetic attitude towards God and the commandments, because you can't if you can't articulate it passionately, then you must be, it's so these kids, these rebellious kids are like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I don't see where's this burning passion for God that people gave their lives for in every generation, right? That they gave their life because God forbid that they would betray God and cause a slight rift in their relationship between God. They'll give up their body to maintain the relationship. Where is this? They don't see it anymore because the Torah has been censored. Okay, and the rabbis in this last generation before Mashiach, are operating on fear rather than on love for God. They're operating on fear of what kids might do or think, and then which might lead to something, which they may sin.
It's like that joke: mixed dancing leads to mixed dancing.
Yeah, they're footloose. The rabbis are footloose.
Yeah,
they're not footloose. They're the John Lithgow.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what this is. No, I always say it seems like a good portion of the religious world, because we were speaking of exile, we were stuck in Europe so long, we've literally become Catholicized. It's not even recognizable. And interesting, I have a friend that tells me, the Sephardic Jewish world, for a very long time, before we all before everybody started coming back to Israel, did not have the same conception, for example, of sex and physicality as Ashkenazi Jews did. They did not. But then what happened? We all came back to Israel. The Ashkenazi Jewish houses of study were the dominant kind of force, and so there was this whole thing of that. Just to give a history, they weren't letting these Torah scholars, these Sephardic Torah scholars, into the yeshivas, the kids, and also just the scholars. So what happened? The Sephardi Torah scholars started adopting, some cultural things like way of dressing. For example, you see these Sephardi rabbis who were dressing in black and white. That's from Europe. That is from Europe. That's not from anywhere in North Africa or Iraq, or I can assure you. And on top of that, they adopted some of the hashkafa, some of the outlook on sex and relationships and physicality and this and that. It's like I call it the spermatoxicos effect. There's a joke among Soviet people, spermatoxicos. You know what it is? If a man doesn't have intercourse for a while, everything from the bottom goes up to his brain, and it toxifies the brain. It's obviously not a real thing, but it's a real thing. It's not physically real. It's psychologically real, and so that's just an example. And it's a product of the exile. We're nuts. The Christian world, no offense to Christians watching this, the Christian world, what I mean, like the Catholic, specifically the Catholic world at that time, in whenever we lived in these places, in Poland, and Germany, and even Russia, Ukraine, it's just unrecognizable. It's an unrecognizable view we have of God and what He wants from us. We're basket cases. We are literally religious basket cases.
Greg,
I hate to say it on this day.
I'm going to say something right now.
I was one, by the way, bro, when I first became religious, to some extent. I don't know if you know that. I was one, and a little bit, not too much.
Greg, I'm going to say something right now that I think even Rabbi Friedman would be like, "Don't say that."
Okay.
And I don't want even though we're doing this, this is something that I would talk to Rabbi Friedman about, where where I think he would counsel me on it, unsuccessfully. Okay. And so I don't want people to think that what I'm saying is something I learned from him. This is me.
Yeah.
The fact that people are not in the religious world, the religious Jewish world, right? They don't seem, this generation, they seem somewhat apathetic, right? That they don't really see such passionate devotion to God as we've seen from our recent ancestors from World War II and before, right? And we don't see people with such enthusiasm, right? Like burning up with love, right? In a sense, like you hear these descriptions of these people, and it's real. And then you look around, and you don't see anybody like that. Very few people. Every now and then, if you're lucky.
Can I say something, man? This is what I wanted to say. Yeah.
Hold on. It's like I'm going to say that it's God's fault. It's His own fault. Because where are you? 3,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
And butchering children. Where are you? Why should we have this great burning love? Where are you? Do something already.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's doing some.
Yeah, but it's not something that inspires this powerful love.
Yeah.
Quite the opposite.
Well, what's interesting, Rabbi Friedman, I was another video I was watching of his, and he said that this is the one he's talking to Dennis Prager. He just posted it recently. And he's saying how he's encouraged by what's happening in a way in this generation because this guy, Sephardi guy, asked him everything that's happening. He goes, I see that Chabad is the only group, the only Hasidic group where you guys are out in the open, you guys are doing outreach, and you're not worried that your kids are going to absorb something from the, like the outside world, or somebody comes into your house for a meal, that kind of thing, and they're going to see secular kids and they're going to want to join. And he goes, given what everything is going on with all the woke stuff today, isn't it a thing now? It's like kind of almost too dangerous. And Rabbi Friedman's like, no, Dafka, the opposite. It's the opposite. We got to go harder. Why? And he goes, you know what I'm encouraged about? He goes, one of the things I'm encouraged about is I see all this kind of content, like on YouTube, you could see it, where all these people are asking, what is the purpose of life? Or some people are saying there is no purpose, right? There's all these guys, these red pill guys. There is no purpose. And he goes, it encourages me because I know that they know that there should be a purpose, but it seems like the wokes or whoever have made us turn the scenario where it seems like there is no purpose, but there really is a purpose, because if there wasn't no purpose, you wouldn't be asking what's the purpose. He goes, so I'm encouraged by that. We live in a generation where, and I said this before, and I heard this from somebody in Sfat, the greatest light precedes the greatest darkness precedes the greatest light. So what you're saying is that's God. All that stuff you're describing, all that horrible crap, is before all the best stuff. One should hope.
Okay,
But
so it's only reasonable to say that people will have that passionate love and desire to connect to God after the bad stuff.
not only the passionate love, and it will go beyond that. It will be like something completely way
stuff. Let's just call it the good stuff.
Okay? Yeah, but it'll be like way beyond just like, oh, I'm jumping up and down in the forest, and
I don't know
whatever.
When we say stuff like passionate love,
yeah. We don't know what the hell we're talking about. Yeah, I get
good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the opposite is bad stuff, right? And people are apathetic and they're not inspired.
Yeah.
Even many of the rabbis.
Yeah.
3,000 years.
Yeah.
How do you expect people to be?
Yeah,
okay?
for sure.
So
for sure.
I don't think that people should be criticized necessarily for that.
No.
It's God has to do something.
He does have to do something. My whole thing is, I would say, is that it's, how should I put this? I'll explain with a story. When I was becoming religious, they have these programs, these outreach programs where they'll have like these families, families that grew up religious, who were Baruch Hashem well-to-do. God bless them with beautiful homes, and they would just invite all these people for like a after dinner. It's called oneg, right? It's like a Shabbat party basically. And there's like 20 or 30 kids there, people our age, and you may not even meet the owner of the house, right? And I found myself in situations after this whole period of time where I actually met the owners of the house in more private settings. And I'm trying to say this without coming off like, just again, judgmental or anything like that. There's a really big difference between the enthusiasm of a person who didn't grow up religious and found, what he thinks are diamonds, versus a person who grew up religious, no matter if that person is opening their house for people, in an outreach thing. And so I think back to that whole thing in the Talmud where it says, a Baal Tshuva, or a person who, I guess it's translated as penitent, really, but it's not really what it is. A Baal Tshuva stands where a big rabbi, a big tzaddik can't stand. What does that mean? It means what? It means that we know more Torah than those people? People like you and I? No, we don't. We don't. It means that there's no way that they can have the same journey as us. Because they were born into whatever they were born into, and they had, it's really a privilege. I mean that in the best way possible. They were born into a privilege. But they cannot stand where we stand. They cannot go through, by definition, what we went through. And so for them to have, and I'm giving them some slack now, for those of them who do have that enthusiasm, that's actually a bigger thing. Like a person like, like the Baba Sali, all these Rabbi Abu Zera, all these people, the Baba but people who grew up in that thing, for them to retain the enthusiasm beyond, to become somebody like Lubavitcher, but despite all the apathy and, all the horror and all that stuff, that's amazing. Like, for for people like us, Bali Tshuva, to be excited, or even to be excited for like the first, let's say, few years, and then to be a little bit less excited later because of, just burnout. By the way, I'm still as excited as ever. I may not show it with, mitzvot, with adhering to every single, crossing every T and dotting every I, but I'm still excited as ever. At least about the idea of doing stuff, or just ideas, period, or the Torah, period. Like, even now, you see it playing out before your eyes. What our prophets talked about. If you don't see it, then I don't know, I can't help you.
Greg is saying that all the statements that our sages have made from thousands of years ago.
Well, prophets, right?
And the sages
also,
and the sages explaining the prophets.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And very detailed, not generally vague like Nostradamus stuff, but in detail. It's happening. It's being fulfilled.
Yeah.
And
dude, can I tell you one? I'll say one more thing. I went to a funeral of somebody yesterday in my shul who passed away suddenly, and there was a good amount of people there. Some people who grew up like ourselves, became religious later in life. The guy who passed away became religious later in life. A lot of people there who grew up religious, and I'm sitting there, and there was a lot of words from, of course, the rabbi, Chabad rabbi, and also there's a few rabbis, and the son spoke, and they all mentioned the coming of Mashiach. The son said this only further cements my, belief in the coming of Mashiach and my yearning. That's what he was saying. And I'm sitting around, and in the middle of my, niece trying to hold back tears about this whole situation, I'm looking around and I'm thinking to myself, how many of the folks sitting in this room, the ones who grew up religious, and even the rabbis who came from other synagogues that are not Chabad, how many of them actually really yearn for Mashiach, or really think that what the rabbi is saying is something Chabadniks say? You know what I mean? How many of them think that these words that were said at the podium are just cute, or like fantasies maybe? Or how many of them really yearn for that? Like, I asked this question. I'm not saying yes or no. I don't know. Like, whenever I mention Mashiach to people who are not Chabad, religious people who are not Chabad, with the possible exception of Rabbi Kessin, they look at me like I have 7 damn heads. Don't you want Mashiach? You want this world to continue the way it is. You think it's a passing fad, all this stuff, all this fruitcake crap. It's not a passing fad. They're only going to continue further. They've doubled down. So it's either it's not going to stop we're not going to stop them. Only Mashiach and Hashem can stop them. You don't want that. You're not yearning for that. Are you mentally deranged? Simple level. Forget about being this and that. Like you said, they're discouraged. They're this. They're that. As a human being, you don't want this all to stop. The Iran thing, the Hezbollah thing,
I'll take on their role.
What's wrong with these people?
I'll tell you what's wrong with them. I'll take on their role in this discussion. I'll come to their defense. Okay? You want Mashiach? You want this? Well, he didn't come for 6 million Jews. He didn't come for all the 7 wars in Israel. He's not saving the Hindus in Bangladesh right now from being slaughtered, or the dogs in Turkey and all these Muslim countries from being suffocated in bags. And he's not saving children.
Frank. I'm going to pause you
for
Greg, let me
talk. Greg. No, I'm responding now. You don't interrupt that, right? Okay. You've been shitting on these people as long as we've been talking.
I'm going to get religious with them. I'm going to get religious with them. Frank,
listen to me.
These people saw in 1967. They send their kids to Jerusalem, to yeshiva, to what's called gap year every year, as if it's been happening for 1,000 years. As if this was happening before 67. They know that. They know the only reason they're able to.
It's a culture. Do you understand?
But it's a very recent culture.
It's a culture. No, but it's listen. Even, and this is something that I find kind of fascinating. I've met Jews who value Jewish culture and maintaining Jewish tradition, and even marrying other Jews who are atheists.
I know.
Have you met these kind of people?
Yes, it's called our people in our family.
It's called no, it's not. These are not the same people.
I understand. I understand what you're talking about.
There are Jews. There are intellectual Jews, okay, who are they're high level academics, and they. I'm not going to name names because I'm not describing something that I think is positive.
Pull away from the mic a little bit because it's muffled a little bit. Sorry.
I'm describing a type of personality that I think is not a good way to be. So I'm not going to name any names, okay?
Mhm.
But in a sense, they're racists.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
are.
Yes.
They do have, and this is a very small, like, you're only going to find maybe like 100 people, like 1,000 people like this in the world, okay?
Yeah.
But, they're high-level academics who would want their kids to marry other Jews
Yeah.
because they see the benefit, even though they don't believe in God, but they see the wisdom of Jewish culture because it's so old.
Yeah.
And there's a lot to learn from it because there's a lot of, you can derive a lot of benefit from it, wisdom and goodness, and even teach it to the world.
Yeah.
Just because it comes from age-old wisdom, and also it comes from smart Jewish people, and you should create more smart Jewish people.
Yeah.
Because whatever, it's
good because it's good and Nobel prizes are good
because it's good and you'll it's good for humanity because you'll make smart kids who can play chess really well or something like that. Okay, if that's what Jewish culture really was. Right, I would destroy it. I would make it my mission to annihilate it. The only thing that Jewish culture is good for, which it means Torah observance and Torah wisdom, is serving God.
You're absolutely right.
There is no other function to it.
But by the way, for the record, I am not pooping on the people that the religious Jews. I'm just trying to literally, and I told them to their face at some of these meals. I said, I'm trying to understand you. I'm not crapping on you.
They're brokenhearted.
I'm also brokenhearted, man. I'm also brokenhearted, but at the same time, I'm looking at everything now that we've seen what's called, honestly, I think a lot of it is just the fact that they don't see what's transpired, despite all the people that you talked about, the people who founded the state of Israel, what's transpired in Israel, the developments that have transpired in Israel for the past 75 years. If you only saw that and you saw that through the lens of Torah, like Rav Kook taught, you would say, oh my God, we're on the threshold of literally the Geula, the
yes,
redemption.
But that's not what we care about. That's what, listen.
What do you mean? What do you mean that's not what we care about?
I'm going to explain. Give me a chance, okay? I'm getting upset because I want you to understand something. You got to let me finish.
Okay.
Greg is talking. There are prophecies about what happens in the end of days when the Jews return from their exile to Israel, and what if once you start seeing certain things happen in the land of Israel and in the world, then you know that you are in the era of Mashiach, and Mashiach will come in your generation. The Torah, we have prophecies in the prophets, Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible. So we've seen the produce growing in Israel.
Yeah.
We've seen the wine return and all the produce.
Yeah.
Okay, that it's made green again. That's a massive one on the list. Prophecy.
Frank, can I say one thing? If that was the only one, that's all you'd need.
I'm trying to go through a list.
Yeah.
Okay. Then when you see giant amounts of Jews returning to the land and building it up, and now we have, for the first time in 2,000 years, there are more Jews in Israel than outside of Israel. That's the first time that's ever happened. Okay, so that's just a few, like 2 or 3 years ago, it was a big deal when there were more Jews in Israel than there are in America. Now it's at the point where there are more Jews in Israel than there are in the rest of the world.
It's almost there. It's not quite. There's more than in America, but it's not quite.
No, it's definitely more than in America. That happened in 2007.
In America, yeah, but it's not. There's almost more. It's not yet more than. And actually, Rambam said when there's going to be more, that's when the Messiah will come.
Right. So that and the produce and many other things, right? And the certain sufferings and that we've gone through, that's clear fulfillment of prophecy. Okay? But those events are so huge, right? That they're not personal events that an individual is looking for when they want to see the fulfillment of messianic prophecies. Because when people think Messiah, most of them are thinking the end of death, the end of sickness, and the resurrection of the dead. That's what people want to see. They want to see the temple restored. They want to see the violence stopped. They want to see their long-lost relatives, again, their loved ones who passed.
Yeah.
God promised to return them. And they want to see people stop dying violently or dying at all or getting sick. Until we see that, all the other stuff is like, who cares? Honestly, who cares? Okay, that's how people feel.
So I understand what you're saying. I get why, and I understand what you're saying. What I don't understand, not I don't understand it, but it just seems like to me that, for lack of a better term, Chabad have, so to speak, cornered the market on what I like to call the sentiment of yearning for Mashiach and getting others to do the same. And to the point where the people who are not Chabad think that Chabad is cute. And it's, oh, how Chabad of you. What are you talking about?
Dude,
it's Mashiach.
I told you, you know a bunch of jerks. You attract
No, it's
jerks.
it's not jerks, dude. It's not
You're
jerks.
a jerk magnet.
No, it's not jerks. It's not jerks. And maybe if I do, because I'm an empath and we attract jerks, yes. But that's a different story. I don't attract jerks. This is just, listen, they're not jerks. These are people who are just like, yeah, I know, that kind of thing. It's not like they're against. They're just like, yeah. It's like an afterthought. They don't you're not going to find them jumping up and down Kingston Avenue singing Mashiach, Mashiach, oy, oy, oy. Unless they go there on a holiday deliberately to do that. Like I have friends that do that. Who are not Chabad, they go, let's go to Kingston Avenue and dance, on the Simchas Torah, on like Bomer, let's go do that. It's a thing to do. And it's fun. But like other than that, it's like, just,
One of the reasons why when they say Chabad is cute, the jerks that you talk to.
They don't say Chabad is cute. They say Chabad is cute for saying that. Or it's, they don't say it's cute. They say it's a very Chabad thing of you to say. I'm like, it's a very Jewish thing of me to say.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. It doesn't matter how they mean it.
The next time they say that to me, I'm just gonna whip out. If it's not Shabbat, I could just whip out. Okay, would you like me to read the Rambam's 13 Principles of Faith and maybe
let's read them now. Let's show the folks at home what we're talking about.
It's just like
why we're getting so upset.
Yeah, I'm not getting upset. It's just
he's gonna show you once again the Jewish creed.
Frank, can I just tell you something? Before I was even religious, I knew about the concept of Mashiach, and I yearned for Mashiach since I'm like, I don't know, 16 years old. And when I was eating shrimp and God knows what else. I mean, and who else, by the way? All right. Hold on a second. Present. Okay.
We got to get back to the video at some point.
We do. It's almost done anyway.
So, folks, this is the Jewish creed. Not the whole thing, because you can't seem to fit it on the computer. But let's...
Yeah.
Can you make it smaller so all 13?
I can
do Control minus.
No, I'll just do it like this.
Or that. Yes. Okay. This is the Jewish creed, the traditional Jewish creed. Not Reform, not conservative, not Woody Allen or Norman Finkelstein or Irving Berlin, but the traditional Jewish religion. Okay?
Yes.
Actually, you know what? I don't know Irving Berlin. Maybe he was a traditional guy. Why am I shitting on Irving Berlin?
It's entirely possible.
Yeah. So here we go. If you look at number 13, you'll see the belief in the resurrection of the dead.
Yes. Even or 12 also.
And the belief in number 12, the belief in the arrival of the Messiah and the Messianic era. Okay? These are absolutely fundamental to the Jewish faith. If you were educated, if you received a classical Torah education, which most Jews did before World War II, not in America, but everywhere else, okay? And you learn this, and if you personally didn't believe one of these things, or even a part of it, you are considered not part of the covenant. You're not religious. You're not considered a faithful member of the Jewish people. You have excluded yourself from it.
Yeah.
This is the foundation. This is fundamental. Okay? So when supposedly people that Greg talks to who are supposedly religious, right? And they think the concept of Mashiach is cute. They're either I personally think they're just ignoramuses.
They don't. No, they don't. They don't. By the way, they don't say it's not a thing. They just don't. They've told me they don't think about it on a daily basis, and they've again, we've spoken about this. They tell me just live your life when he comes.
Can we please get the original Maimonidean wording?
Wow.
Let's find it in Hebrew, and then I'll translate it.
1 second. Let's see. Let's go to Safari. Here we go. This is like a whole source sheet situation.
Yeah, because those principles that we just saw, they were not literal translations. They were summary of the way he wrote it.
This is a little. It's a little on the long side. Oh, here we go. Okay.
If you could put it on.
Ani mamin.
I believe in complete faith.
1 second.
This is principle number 13, where we just saw it says the belief in the coming of the Messiah.
One second. Let me scroll down to this. Oneness. See, this is like where this is all the different sources where it gets it from.
Yeah.
Unmatched prophecy. 1 second. Torah from heaven. Here we go. Resurrection. It comes from. Final.
I just want the wording of the principle.
Just that. Okay, just 1 second.
The original word. Yeah.
1 second. I have to find it.
13 principles in Hebrew. 13 principles of faith.
That's what I'm gonna do. 1 second. And plan on this. Here we go. Okay. I believe this is it. No, I'm not mistaken. And let's go to 12. Come on.
Also, yeah.
I'm just trying to go to the 12th one. 1 second.
Yeah.
12th principle. Okay, this is Ani.
Where is it?
Sorry.
Where does it start?
I mean, this is it's based on. They're showing you what it's based on.
Okay, but they don't have the actual text of the.
They have the text of the Mishnah where it's based on. So the English says is the Messianic era, and that is the belief to confirm that he will come and to not think that he is late.
Look, when the Rambam wrote it, when he compiled it, he wrote it in specific wording.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking for the Rambam's original wording.
I can't find it.
Okay, let me take a look for it. He says, he says, I believe Anima Amin. You know that song, Anima?
Yeah,
right?
Anima Amin.
The song. Anima, right. There's and so I believe with complete faith, right? In the coming of the Messiah. And even though he may delay, I wait for him every day.
Yeah.
That's part of the principle.
Yes.
The waiting part.
Yes.
Even though he may delay, right? I know, I'm waiting for him to come at any moment.
Yeah.
The waiting part is part of it, not just the knowing that he's going to come.
Yeah, because he wants you to yearn. There's a yearning.
So it's ignorance. These people they just don't know. And their teachers are responsible for this. You understand? Because they're scared of messianic fervor.
Not only messianic fervor, they just don't want to be disappointed, because there was a lot of moments where there was a lot of moments in Jewish history where they thought Mashiach was coming and it didn't. And
if God wanted us to have such fervor, maybe he shouldn't have shopped. Maybe we could have avoided Shopsai Tzvi. How about that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, there have been false messiahs in history, and they've caused not only devastation and death, but nationwide heartbreak for generations.
There have been false messiahs, but you know what there hasn't been until this very day? A story akin to Purim that we are living through now. There has not ever been that. Actually, there's something that happened 80 years ago where Haman succeeded partially. But today we have a story that's akin to Purim, and it's happening before our eyes. And you just have to be an idiot not to be able to see it. The question is, how's it going to pan out?
I want to say what most people, I'm saying most Jewish people, religious Jewish people, I believe want to say, but just literally they're too scared to say it. And I'll serve as the dummy who will actually say it. And folks, there's a reason why they're scared to say it, okay? But I have Tourette's. So take advantage of it. The way things are being fulfilled, right? Everything the way God said is being fulfilled, and it's manifesting through mundane events, and that sucks. It's disgustingly disappointing that it's not a big spectacle, that it's not the Marshmallow Man walking down Madison Avenue or Park Avenue or Central Park West, whatever the hell, okay? It's crushingly disappointing. And then, when I express that, a lot of scholars will say, oh, listen, that's God's will. He does things the way he wants. Yeah, but it's boring, and it's heartbreaking, and it's easy to dismiss as mundane, and it's not inspiring people.
Can I ask you a question, though? Where, apart from maybe the splitting of the sea, is there a source for that scenario?
For things happening through nature?
Through the Marshmallow Man. We have
yes, of course. I'm not, again, because I have the short-term memory of a jumbo shrimp, I don't know what the verses are, but I've heard the verses and statements from the sages in the Masorah that the miracles that we will see in the coming of Mashiach will far exceed the miracles of the Exodus with the 10 plagues and the splitting of the sea. And that's what everybody was taught.
So I'll tell you this.
Tell me this.
I think that given that what Iran at least say they are going to do, I think the only thing that could mitigate that, if you just take away for a second, all these wonderful American ships, and with all this anti missile defense and all this kind of stuff, but I think there may not be enough missile defense to defend what they're trying to do. It may have to be one of those kinds of miracles. But you're saying there's just the fact that that's happening is not.
It's a boring miracle.
It's boring.
I want to tell you what I mean.
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah.
The ear.
Yeah.
Made more of an impact.
Yeah.
On the world.
Yeah.
Than the fact that 300 weapons of mass destruction, were fired at Israel, and none of them killed a single person. That was a big miracle through nature, right? Through the natural means.
Well, also they've psyoped everybody with this whole Iron Dome, so everybody thinks that we have all this stuff.
The miracle, even a miracle on that level, right? Even though it's through natural means, right? Even I will say, well, that's pretty big from the natural miracles, right? Like you got to admit, right? And people are like, oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah. I know.
It's not working. It's not having the impact that it's supposed to have on people.
Yeah.
Okay, so or it is apparently. I don't know. I guess this is what God wanted. Okay, you know what I mean? Like
we've been severely psyoped. I think they've turned all this stuff into like Cirque du Soleil, like all these people that are responsible for all this stuff, for creating all these weapon systems and all this kind of stuff, and the political process and the Iron Dome thing. It just seems very orchestrated, and it's just been turned into this external show that doesn't really affect anybody, to where they even said, one Bedouin girl died from this whole thing or was injured. And other than that, it's like, oh, whoop-de-doo, just a bunch of, it's a fireworks show in the sky. It doesn't affect us.
I was hoping that he's going to use, like the aliens or whatever. What I mean, folks, is we haven't spoken about it in a long time. Folks, I used to talk about like what our Air Force and Navy pilots have been encountering during their missions, and they've been reporting it in the news, and Tucker Carlson and the whole UFO thing. I don't believe they're UFOs. And to me that was like, oh, this is clearly what God's going to use to wake everybody up, and like, this is the supernatural stuff. Finally, that we were promised. It's going to come through this means, and then when you study it, right, when it looks to us like ET because we saw movies, but when we study it, we see it lines up perfectly with what the description of angels and spiritual stuff in the Hebrew scripture and in our tradition. It's exactly what they were reporting, right? Because the movie showed us, blonde, beautiful women with wings and lovely figures and pretty faces and blue eyes. That's what we're expecting to see. But that's not how angels are described in the Bible, folks. They're horrifying. Okay? So we've been psyoped unfortunately, by books and movies, okay, to think one thing, but the reality is that what people call UFOs, that's what angels are, and whatever, different types of angels, okay? So I was hoping that, hey, it's clearly going to happen. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the news, right? I'm not a fan of Tucker, but why is Tucker, he has a reputation as a legitimate guy that people like, right, who reports the news, right? So he's a big platform, and he's talking about it all the time. No? Right? What's the delay? I'm not a very patient man. I'm just fed up. I really am.
Listen, I am.
I hate the mundane. I know it's God's will, but I can't get myself to like it. I can't stand it. Why does he like it? Why is he so into the mundane? Why does he want to work through the mundane?
Why does he want to work through the mundane? To show us that, I think, this is just my personal opinion.
I don't want to hear an answer. I just want to be up. I want to be angry.
Okay, lovely.
Let's get back to the video.
All right. Fantastic.
Clear that saying that the Eibishter needs a mitzvah is not apocryphus. like that's way off track. So people have to start rethinking and learning what is the Eibishter and what is Torah and what is a Jew, because it's getting to be so shallow.
So one time it teaches that a Jew is literally a piece of God. That was a radical statement that Tanya revealed, that the Alter Rebbe revealed. So that was a new sort of deeper insight into what a Jew is.
Right. So that's also a very sad development. 250 years ago, the Alter Rebbe had to convince people that when it says that there's a Nefesh Elokis, the Alter Rebbe has to tell you it's mamish real. What were you thinking? It's not mamish real? Nothing is mamish real? It's all made up. It's all a game. It's all what is that? Where was that coming from? Why does the Alter Rebbe, so late in the game, in history, have to tell you that Avas Yisrael means every Jew mamish? What were people thinking? Is it every Jew mamish? Maybe not. If it's not every Jew, then it's no Jew. If you don't love every Jew, you don't love a single Jew. You're loving something about them. But if you love the Jew, well, then all Jews are Jewish. Not all Jews are tzaddikim. So does it say to love tzaddikim or does it say to love Jews? The Alter Rebbe had to remind people that it's mamish. I mean, we're talking in a time when people were mamish, big lumdim, and everybody was frum. Okay, they were starting to assimilate a little bit with the Enlightenment. But you're talking, the Alter Rebbe was talking to the greatest lumdim and the greatest Talmidei Chachamim, and he had to tell them it's mamish. And we're still not convinced that it's mamish. Yes, it's mamish. So let's do this again. In the beginning, whatever that means, right? At the highest level, there's only an essential being called Eibishter. How do you go from essential to non-essential? Like all of a sudden he woke up and what? And then you have the issue of Aniyah violation Nisi. Nothing changed? There was a time when he didn't want the mitzvah, then something happened, and now he wants the mitzvah. Nothing changed? You have to really be a genius to understand that you don't go from essential to non-essential. I said to an 11-year-old, the Eibishter needs your mitzvah. He says, he doesn't need, he just wants. I said, the Eibishter wants what he doesn't need. And the 11-year-old said, oh, right, no, that makes sense. And yet here you have grown-ups who supposedly know something, and they're all comfortable with the idea that he needs it, that he wants it, but he doesn't really need it. So he wants what he doesn't need, which is already frivolous and silly. But not only that, he wants you to die for it.
Can you stop it?
Where does it say?
What he's saying is that as Jews, we're taught that we have to, if somebody tries to come and interfere with our relationship with God by trying to prevent us from keeping the commandments, then we should rather die than let that person interfere.
Yeah.
Like if somebody tries to come and forcibly convert us to another religion, better to die than
or to renounce it, like the Nazis.
Well, yeah, like to make any kind of public statement, right? So we're taught that this is worth dying for, that it encouraged to sacrifice our own lives to preserve our relationship with God, because because that's a permanent part of our existence, and our body is for now a temporary thing anyway. That's not why, but it's just to make sure that nothing interferes, nothing puts a wedge between us and our relationship with God. And people were so in love with God that they would rather die, and it happened literally countless times, and not from great religious leaders in the past who were remembered with song and with story. The average, simple, everyday Jew, the riffraff, the cobbler, right? The baker, the water, the ditch digger, the water carrier. Those people would sacrifice their lives rather than, okay? So, and yet God doesn't need them. It's nice you did that. I didn't really need it. It's more for your benefit. What? I don't have a problem. See, look, whatever issues I have with God, it's not that it doesn't bother me at all in the slightest that he needs something from us, from me. I think that's kind of nice. I mean, it's like, it makes you feel like useful. It makes you feel like you matter, right? Like, it seems like if you just focus on that part, it seems like God loves you so much that he's so obsessed with you that he needs you to do this, and being and existing as a perfect being wasn't enough.
Yeah.
So he created you. Perfection wasn't enough. You're greater than perfection. You're more important than his own perfection to him.
Dude, you know what I like in this too? This whole discussion. You look at what parents do, like at least good parents. When we're kids, they, like in my case, right? My parents took me out of the Soviet Union, and they tell me all the time, we took you out of the Soviet Union, and we brought you to America so you could have a better life, right? And I come back to them and I say to them, guys, be honest. You didn't do this for me. You've been wanting to get the hell out of the Soviet Union since before I was a twinkle in anybody's eye. You wanted to go there. So this is all about the parent. And the parent needs, first of all, the parent needs to go, in this case, to a better place so that, they can live whatever life or whatever dreams they want out. And by extension, the child gets to be a part of that. But in order for the child to be a part of it, the child has to do something. And a lot of what, the Soviet child of Soviet parents had to do is not for himself. It's for the parents. And at the risk of, going into this rant where I'm venting about my childhood, but I'm just giving an example. I'm not the only one that went through this. You bring home a 95. Why not 100? Meaning, they're saying they want it for me. They want it for themselves. They want me to get 100 for themselves, not for me. Is getting 100 going to make me a better person in life? No. But they, for whatever reason, they need me to get 100. They have this need for their child to get 100, to do the mitzvah of getting 100 on the test. And if extra credit's available, why didn't you get extra credit? I need you to get extra credit for whatever reason, whatever, egoistic, I don't know, proud, I don't know, reason, whatever. No, I'm just saying, like, whatever reason. So it's not a perfect analogy, right?
Right.
It's not a perfect analogy. The point is, the child didn't ask. I didn't ask to be, not that I'm complaining. I'm just saying it as a objective statement. I did not ask to be taken out of the Soviet Union, right? It's funny, today I was just looking at the first building that we ever landed in. This is my uncle's house in Queens. And I'm looking at, they have like satellite photos of that address, right? I'm looking at Zillow or something like, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, wow, this is the first place I ever lived in America. This concrete, these brown bricks building in this like nondescript neighborhood in Queens in Flushing. And I compared it to where I lived in Lvov, Ukraine. Lvov is a beautiful city. Lvov used to be part of Austria. Lvov has one of the most beautiful opera houses in the world. Compare where I used to live, where I spent the first 7 years of my life. Granted, it was officially part of the Soviet Union. Just aesthetically, if you were just like a little kid and somebody showed you, do you want to live here or do you want to live here? What would you pick? You don't know anything about the country. You don't know anything about the political system or the economic system. Just как оно выглядит, as we say in Russian. Just as a kid, pleasantness. Where would you like to live? Freaking.
You're muted. You're muted for the last 5 seconds. Yeah.
5 seconds. I'm sorry. Show a kid a picture of these bricks. He doesn't know anything else. Or that beautiful building in what used to be part of Austria and Poland. What do you think? And he already lives there. He already lives in that place, and he's perfectly happy. He doesn't know anything from anything.
Greg, this wasn't supposed to turn into your complaining about yourself.
My point. I'm just trying to drive home the point that this is all for the father. This is all for the parent. The parent needs. It's not a perfect analogy.
It's not perfect. Let me destroy your analogy.
Okay, please.
Let me take pleasure in annihilating it.
Okay.
Just kidding. Your parents wanted you to get A's, get 100 with extra credit because they know that if they instilled an ambition for you to aim high and to have a high level of expectation, right? Then
I guess I'm a sensitive soul because it made me feel horrible. But anyway, continue.
no, but if they would, if they could instill that in you, right?
Yeah.
Then if you aim, it's a basic idea. If you want 100, aim to 110.
I get it.
If you want 90, aim to 100. That kind of thing. Okay.
But that wasn't their whole thing. That was their whole thing was okay. I get it. I get your point.
If you ask them, I will bet you. You don't have to tell me the truth or anything, but I'll bet you that that's why they did it. If they, I think that's probably what they'll say to you.
I hate to burst the bubble. They used to tell me why they did it, and even today they'll tell me why they did it. Because if it's available, you go and get it.
Yeah, that's right. It's seek every opportunity possible.
And on top of that, there's an extra added little comment. The Korean kid is no smarter than you.
What that means.
What relevance that holds?
I'll explain to you what relatives that hold. He's saying that if you think the Korean kid is getting those hundreds and the 105 with the extra credit, because he's Korean, you're mistaken. You could do it too. So don't think that has a bigger brain than you or is smarter. And that's what they're saying.
Do you know what my answer was? And my answer is to this day. I'm going to quote Peter from the movie Office Space. Because I've long been accused of being lazy. And you know what he used to say? What he used to say?
I don't recall.
It's not that I'm lazy. It's that I just don't care.
Okay, so they wanted you to care. You know why? Because caring means that you'll have high. Why are words escaping me? I'm trying to.
Expectations, whatever.
Not expectations. There's a word. Standards, right?
Yeah.
If you have extremely high standards, then you will seek them and achieve those standards. And when you get hundreds on your tests, and you seek and you've developed the habit of taking advantage of every opportunity presented to you, you will more likely be successful financially and in other ways too. And they're right.
So I know they are right. My point was, as a kid, not to go off on this whole thing, but my whole thing was to learn. I always wanted to learn. I didn't understand the connection between standardized tests or even the necessity of standardized testing versus I just learned for enjoy. Like, again, Lishma, we spoke about it, like learning Torah for its own sake or learning Torah because I'm going to be tested on this later. And therefore...
If your father could if Don Rickles could possess your father for a moment, he goes, I don't know what the connection between standardized testing and learning is, but I can't tell you what the connection between standardized testing and having money.
Yeah. So my parents never, it's ironic because they never connected that, meaning they never enunciated that. They would always say, you just need to get this because you need to go to this school and be educated and be smarter than everybody else for the purpose of.
Well, look,
the last sentence never happened.
Greg, we have a show called Truth Fanatics where we teach people how to communicate correctly.
Yeah, it was never communicated. The money thing was never communicated.
Because people, for some reason, your parents felt that it would be.
It was a given. They thought it was a given.
They won't be able to explain to you why they didn't just say it flat out. Like it should just be understood.
No, they thought it was a given because they thought that if you only just learn X, Y, and Z, because they never were the types to chase the money aspect of it. For them, it was also a byproduct of their achievement academically. So they thought to them, it's like, if only you achieve academically, the money is just going to flow like a river, right? But like by default, it's like already built into that process.
They didn't expect that they would need to explain to you that good grades means a high likelihood of a good career.
They did that way later, maybe like last year of high school.
Too late.
You know what I mean?
Far too. Hey, that's better than my parents. I don't think they ever did.
Dude, Syrian Jews in Brooklyn explain to their kids when they're like 10. Here's how you make parnasa.
I saw some show.
It's insane.
I saw some show where some lady, I forgot this actress. I don't remember the show. It doesn't matter. She was the lady who played Jude Law's wife in Sherlock Holmes.
Okay.
Game of Shadows, the sequel.
Okay.
But this time she had a Southern accent or something like that.
Yeah.
In America. And she was telling her child, she goes, the cold hard truth. And it was very vulgar, but it was the truth.
Yeah.
Which is, if you're gonna succeed, look, she says, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. She goes, if you want to succeed, you want to be successful and make a living, just a good living, you got to be smart. And if you're going to be dumb, you got to be tough.
Yeah.
That, or you got to perform sexual acts very well.
Yeah.
That's what she said. She told him the truth.
Yeah.
It's ugly, vulgar truth.
Yeah.
Okay. Like she's not teaching him. Obviously, she's not a proponent of morality, but she's saying, "Look, we don't care about morality. We just want to have money, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to have money, this is what you do. This is what you got to do.
Yeah.
So that's what she's saying. She's not right, but she's right if you're trying to pursue what they're trying to pursue.
Yeah.
Okay. Which people shouldn't.
Yeah.
So, but let's finish up.
Anyway. No, but my original point was not even to go into this, but my original point was that my point is that it seems like at the end of the day, it is more. A lot of the time, the child doesn't know. Like, we don't know why. Like, we have hukim. It's like God wants us to do something because He said so. Right? Because He said so. We're not gonna. No, but we're not going to know. For example, like the red heifer. Until Mashiach comes, we're not going to know that. We don't know the reason now.
We know the basic reason of every mitzvah.
Okay.
Which is it binds us to God because God wants to unify with us.
Correct. But I'm talking about like something, more substantial than that.
There's no look. Here's the problem with what you just said. There is literally nothing deeper and more substantial than God telling you, I want to unite with you to become one. The way to do that is by doing my mitzvah, doing what I do.
No, I understand that. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you're trying to make it real in a tangible sense. For example, if you actually read the book written by Chaim Vital, but it's based on the teachings of the Arizal. What's the name of the book? But basically, it's his main treatise about how he goes over different, halacha, different Jewish law, and literally the Kabbalistic metaphysical underpinnings about why we do them. He goes into that. So that's what I'm talking about.
No, dude, that's way more shallow than what we just said.
I know. No, I'm not saying it's shallow or deep. I know it's way more shallow. What I'm saying is it's more tangible. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's like Hashem is giving you the reason that you can grab, you can understand. I'm not saying it's deeper. I'm just saying He's giving you the reason that you as a human being can maybe understand. Maybe.
But I think that what we've been talking about is what is the most tangible thing that people can relate to, because it's saying that it's above all reasons.
Okay.
It's above all the Kabbalistic stuff.
Okay.
It's beyond that, far beyond that, because He's saying, like, I want you to join to my very essence, my most tender self. To use a metaphor, the way I am when no one's around. I want you to come and be totally unified with me in my most private, intimate self. Everybody can relate to that. Okay, everybody, like, you have you have people you know who are acquaintances, right? You wouldn't take your shoes off in front of them. Then you got your buddies. All right, you'll take your shoes off. You don't mind showing your socks too. You know what I mean? You know, you know, you'll burp in front of your friend. You'll drink a beer and you'll burp, whatever. But you're not going to do that, you know, to people, whatever, that you know you don't feel comfortable with, right? Closer friends, you'll insult them. You'll be like, "You idiot," you know, like that kind of thing, right? Because he knows you don't really mean it. It's just you're just palling around, whatever. You know what I mean? You can be rougher with the people you're closer to, because you know they can take it. You know they're tough. They know they know you're joking, right? And so on and so on and so on and so on until your most intimate person, right? That we don't need to get into the details. You see the pattern. You could follow it to its logical conclusion, right? Your spouse.
Yeah.
Okay. So God is saying this mitzvah, right, is all of them are the most intimate part of me. And so when you do it, you are binding yourself to my absolute essence. You're becoming one with it. Okay? So it doesn't matter what reasons and all this kind of stuff. That's all beneath that. So what he's saying is far deeper than anything the Arizal wrote. This is, do you understand how
I get it.
Okay, so everything that the Arizal taught us, right, is very obviously it's very, very deep, and it shows you, gives you hints to the brilliance of the meaning behind every specific commandment, right?
Yeah.
Like there are different commandments. They're not all the same. And obviously God has reasons for why he likes them and why he wants them and why they're him, right? And all this kind of stuff. And he explains that. But beyond all that is just the simple fact that they are God's essence, and that doing them, he wants us to do them because he wants us to be one with him. So that's the most revolutionary, not revolutionary, but the most important, the most fundamental idea, and it's the deepest of all. Because remember, we had the Arizal, and then later came the Baal Shem Tov, right?
Yeah.
Baal Shem Tov revealed, he built upon what the Arizal revealed. The Baal Shem Tov revealed much deeper things. And every subsequent Rebbe after that revealed even more. So it's not like it stopped at some point. It just kept getting more and more deeper stuff, right? So that's what's going on here, man.
Let's finish this off.
So you're saying those people are not to blame that have the other perspective. You are saying that they are to blame.
I don't know where it came from, who caused it, how it started, how it became legitimate. I don't think it is legitimate, by the way.
No, I always thought like that's why Chassidus has to spread, and the Mashiach told Baal Shem Tov that the Shei Chutzah when your wellspring spread, when everyone gets this point about how the mitzvah is literally me and how much I need it, how much I need you, then people will be able to serve Hashem the right way, and then they'll bring in Mashiach. So obviously, if some guy grew up in Lakewood or is Litvish, and he's just never been exposed to Tanya or Chassidus, and then you ask him this question, and he'll obviously have a different answer or the opposite answer, because if he would have learned this, he would have had the right answer. And now we're coming and saying, "No, this is the right answer," because we've obviously been brought up with Chassidus and Tanya. So, like, what do you expect from the poor guy? But it seems to be saying now that you're saying it has nothing to do really with any sources or any text. This is just plain basic, simple logic. And of course, there's sources on the other side, like the Rambam, that God has no needs, and you have to start picking that apart. But you're saying it has nothing to do with Chabad Chassidus?
It has to do with Berchu B'Torah Tchila. Before you can sit down to learn Torah, you have to know whose Torah it is. And if you're not sure whose Torah it is, then I don't know what the learning is about. It becomes a churban. Look, if a kid asks you, a yeshiva bacher, a bright yeshiva bacher, says, why do I need to do this? Why do I need to do this? What if I don't do it? What do you say? It's the most fundamental, obvious, basic question. What if I don't keep Shabbos? What is the answer?
Imagine people on the other side would say you're missing out, and there's so much meaning, and it adds so much significance to your whole week.
It will enrich your life. So, what is the Mishnah not to do it for the reward? And if you're doing it because it enriches your life, how is that Avodas Hashem?
Can you stop it? The younger guy is asking Rabbi Friedman,
Mm-hmm.
if whatever, Rabbi Friedman is asking the younger guy, sorry. If he's saying that, let's say you're a rabbi and a kid, a yeshiva student, a bright one comes up to you and says, why do I need to do these commandments? Why do I need this? Like observing the Sabbath. Do I really need this? Like, what is it for? So the answer, the common answer in this generation is, oh, if you don't do it, then you're missing out. You're missing out. There's things you can benefit from that you're not going to benefit from. It's a very enriching experience. It's something that you can enjoy, and there's wisdom, and then there's intellectual stimulation, and there's this internal peace that you can feel. You're disconnecting from the world, and it's very mean. Basically, you're telling the kid that you're going to miss out on things that you can benefit from. So he's saying,
yeah.
So Rabbi Friedman is saying, so if that's what you're telling the kid, then what happened to the whole notion, much higher notion of you do the commandment, you do the mitzvah for its own sake, right? You do it not for yourself, not because you're seeking reward, but because you're serving God. And where's the service to God there? You're serving yourself, right? So that answer, when you tell the kid, why do I need to, when the kid asks you, why do I need to do this? You say, so instead of saying, because God needs you to, which would inspire the kid and satisfy the kid and actually make the kid have a relationship to God, right? Like God needs me, really? Like they would be shocked by that and then want to maintain that relationship. Like, oh, God needs me, then I'll do it. But if you try to tell me that it's something I'm going to miss out on, and I'd rather go hang out with my girlfriend. I'd rather go to McDonald's. Seriously, I know it's not kosher, but I'd rather go to McDonald's. I don't, okay, it's very nice. Your whole cultural Judaism. It's nice. Okay, it's wonderful. It's nice. Okay, I have my own culture. I'm not that into it. By the way, I'm not that into it in reality. I'm talking about myself right now.
Me neither.
Okay, I'm doing this only because I think God needs this. It's contrary to what I want to do. Still, I grew up where I went to eat whatever I wanted, and I dated hot Puerto Rican girls.
Same. Not Puerto Rican, but yeah, other ones. Yeah.
I wasn't solely focused on Puerto Rican girls. I'm just from an area where
yes,
there were Puerto Rican girls in my school. Okay, but the point is, I wasn't limited like I am now.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay,
yeah. Same.
So I'm speaking generally. I'm not so I don't. If this is for me, I don't feel that much benefit from it. Sorry, I don't mean to insult the Jewish people, this is what I would say. No offense, I don't mean to insult you, but if the only thing that's happening here by observances is me benefiting,
yeah,
sayonara.
Same. I listen, man. By me, it was like when I became religious, it was primarily that whole kind of growth stage primarily happened in Israel. And in Israel, everything is kind of, if you are religious, and if you are not, let's say, if you're not part of the Haredi world, but if you're part of what's called I can't even call it Dati Lumi, just part of people who are religious and want to be connected to the land. Let's put it that way, right? There's no label for that. There's just a Jew, right? That used to be back in the day. If you're part of that, or into that, to me, that's amazing, and that's what I wanted. That's what I've always wanted to tap into. That's what I've been trying to tap into the entire time I've been religious, which is precisely why when I came back to America, and even now, me being in America, the whole thing of being part of the so-called Frum community, or the Frum Welt, as we say in Yiddish, is literally, I with the possible exception of the fact that everything is like availability of, let's say, food, kosher food, and I don't know, minyanim and learning. Everything else, if somebody told me that was part of that, I would have been like, whoa. And by the way, I now understand my friends who are American Jews Jews in America, who live in America, who kind of saw that or experienced that on some level, even as kids, when they had to go to, like, let's say, Hebrew day school. They were trying to warn me. They were trying to tell me, hey, dude, I know you like Torah. I know you like this. I know you like that, the ideas, but just be careful. This is not your culture. This is not your thing. You're not going to fit into this. I was like, no, this, and, but because for me, it was like I was in Israel. It's a whole new creation out there, right? I was like, no, you don't understand this and that. They were talking about largely what happens in America. It happens in Israel too, to some extent. It does. Usually where Americans are, or where, if it's Israeli Haredim are, all these kind of cultural things, what I call yeshivish things. But you can circumvent all that in Israel and still get kosher food and still get minyan and still, you could just live as a natural, I call it, organic, natural Jew, and live. You don't necessarily even have to live in the religious neighborhood. You don't. And you can still get kosher food and you can still get minyan.
I feel that way even in America. It's like,
I don't feel that way. Listen, you could tell me maybe where you've lived, like New Orleans or wherever it is, or maybe Miami. Well, Miami's also already become like a New York South, at least to me. And by the way, but it has. If you're single, Frank, I just wanted to tell you, by the way, it's easier once you're married. You could live anywhere as a Frum Jew. Let's say having a minyan is not like a complete total imperative for you, and you say, okay, I can survive with a minyan once in a while, like you were in New Orleans. If you're married, it's way easier because you're just with your wife and you can, okay, so you'll figure out a whole school situation, if that. But if you're single and you're not, if you're a Frum person and you're single and you're not in a Frum community, there's nothing for you. You're just a single person in the middle of the desert. That's literally where I'm telling you, that's literally where you are. That's literally where people are. You know that all the people during COVID, they moved to Miami, and that's, before Miami, all the people single people used to move to New York. Why? The only reason that they give you is that, why? Because that's where all the dating is. You think they want to be in New York? No. That's where all the dating is. Why? Because there's an infrastructure, because there's already a built-in Frum community there. Not that they want to live in New York, all of them, but or even after they get married, but it's an established thing, and that's why they came to New York. And then they came to New York and they realized it's all BS, and then they went somewhere else, and it becomes this carousel. They go to Los Angeles, they go to Miami, they go to I'm part of it too, Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and then they go here and they go there, and you see them everywhere, the same faces. By the way, it's funny, it's hilarious, but like not really. And once they get married, you see some of them just go to like a place no one ever thought, no frum person ever thinks of ever. Like when you tell them where you're from and you tell them where you're from, you know what their answer is? What's in so-and-so? What do they mean by what's in so-and-so? Is there a frum community there? Like when I used to tell people I live in Fort Lee, New Jersey, they say, what's in Fort Lee? I used to tell them my house.
Folks, the frum, he keeps using this word frum.
Yeah,
and they also
Orthodox community.
It means you become a penguin. The penguins.
Penguin, just Orthodox Jew, yeah.
The penguins.
So when
people who were, actually, I shouldn't say that might confuse the Catholics because Catholics use the word penguin too.
Yeah,
that's what they call nuns.
Yeah.
Not that, folks. We're talking about the traditional Orthodox, community. Frum. It's a Yiddish word.
Yeah.
It actually comes from. It's a Germanic word which means like very serious.
Yeah.
You're not a lollygagger, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. What's there? There's nothing there. There's me. I'm there. That was my answer to them. At first, I didn't understand when they would ask me that. I'm like, what do you mean, what's there? And I had a friend tell me, he's like, what he's really asking is, here's the translation. It's not a frum community. Anyway, I don't even know where I went with this. Yeah, I was just saying. I was never part of the. I didn't do it for the culture. I didn't come here. I like to tell my friends when we lived in Crown Heights. I used to tell them all the time, I don't have to be here. What do I mean?
God, if you want this part of our episodes to stop, can you please get Greg a wife?
Frank, that's first of all. Second of all, there was a giant earthquake in Lebanon/Syria, and it even hit Haifa. Speaking of non-mundane things.
It's not what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about, but this is pretty big. On a night like this. Hell. Yeah. Yeah, my friend just wrote, Kadosh Baruch Hu matzil otanu miyadam.
That's the opposite of what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Earthquakes are nightmares that I want to run away from. They're not exciting fulfillment of prophecies.
Even against our enemies?
Yes.
In Lebanon and in Syria?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty.
You think only specifically you think no innocents died there? Only our enemies?
I understand what you're saying.
You think it's just not Hassan Nasrallah and nobody else?
I get it. By the way, you know what?
It seems to get everybody but our enemies.
It's entirely possible. It says, what we read tonight, we're going to read tonight, unfortunately, Book of Lamentations written by Jeremiah. There's a passage that says, the speech and thoughts of my enemies are against me all day long. Look at everything. Can you hear me? Still? Look at everything they do. I am the object of their taunts. Pay them back their due, God, as they have done. Give them a broken heart. May your curse be upon them. Pursue them in anger and destroy them from under the heavens. Those are the words of, I don't know if Frank heard what I read. He ran away. My friends, we've been going on here for about 4 hours. This is our Tisha B'Av episode. Those of you just joining us. And, my God. And, Zat Hashem, we're going to see interesting things tonight. Our enemies want to attack us, or as they think it's a retaliation for something that we did. We killed one person, and then so they have to try to kill the whole country. That's their version of retaliation. A lot of people in Israel are saying that there's miracles. Mizat Hashem. So let's read what it says here. Oh, you're back. Oh, you're back.
Yeah. Also, I've said this many times. I don't get this whole, destroy our enemies, because Isn't God doing everything? All the bad stuff that we don't like that our enemies are doing, aren't they just tools of God, messengers of God? Why do I want them? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
I understand what you're saying.
It doesn't make any sense.
There's many layers, apparently. There's the physical layer, there's the spiritual layer, there's the even more spiritual layer, and the more and more and more layers. It's like a layer cake.
Instead of saying, this is something that I would need to speak to, like, probably, I'll send this question to Manis Friedman. Instead of saying, God, please save us, shouldn't we instead say, God, can you please stop doing this to us?
Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
Can you please save us from you?
Meaning what I like to say, and I like to say this to my friends. I have a friend who's just kind of fed up with all the stuff, and he says, "Oh, when is Mashiach coming? Because I don't want to, like typical, he doesn't want to. He can't solve his problems. He thinks Mashiach is going to solve his problems, right?" My whole thing is just, I want Mashiach to come so that, not that he'll solve our problems, that we will just see. Everybody will see the truth. Everybody will understand that there is no point to, cause all the problems in the first place. And or if there are still problems, maybe we will know how to solve them ourselves, or it'll just be like we'll know the steps to take just to figure out the puzzle. Because really, it's just a puzzle, really. That's what I think about. As opposed to just like defeat our enemies, or I don't know, save us, or whatever it is. Just like give us clarity. I just want clarity, dude. Like most of my problems, and this is I'm admitting this, most of my problems in terms of dating haven't been like has not even been like heartbreak or shadchans or being set up with this person or that person. It's just been clarity. We don't have clarity. We don't have clarity. Is this the person for us? Are they just being nice now and they're gonna like rip our heads off later? That kind of thing.
No one gets that.
I'm saying no one gets that. But no, some people do get a little bit more of that. Some people literally they know. Like I met those kind of people. I met.
You met them at a one instant in their life. You met him. You spent 2 days in their house. One day, an hour. You don't know what's going on right now. Nobody gets that, Greg.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, that's really what I mean. That's the story of Purim. We didn't have. It's sofek. The joy is the elimination of sofek, of doubt, and we have clarity.
So
that's where the joy comes in.
Something that Rabbi Friedman talks about that I think is like the only antidote to everything that bothers you, and really the only thing the antidote that to almost everything that bothers me. It doesn't take care of one big one, but I'm not going to get into that. So the stuff that bothers most people is personal stuff that, why does this I need is this idea that you need.
Yeah.
So it's part of this discussion where when he says that God needs us, right? God needs us to do stuff, but we have no needs at all.
Yeah.
And then somebody says, "What do you mean we don't have needs? We got to eat." And Rabbi Friedman will say, "No, you don't got to eat. God needs you to eat." Well, he says, what about living? If we don't eat, we don't live. He goes, "You don't need to live." Right?
No,
they're not our needs.
Yeah.
The only need is God's need. He's the only one with a real need.
And
if a person would to actually implement that and live in that reality, that you wouldn't give a damn you wouldn't care that much about any particular thing, about any particular situation you're in.
Yeah.
Right? You wouldn't care. Okay, I'm single. God needs me to be single. Okay, I'm married. God needs me to be
No,
married.
well, that's the thing. To what you just said, I've accepted that. You know what I don't appreciate is that, all the people that I ever hear from, and this includes my parents to some extent, about the fact that I either that I need to get, like, why am I not married yet? I should get married, or, why am I still single? That kind of thing. I never hear this one thing from them. Maybe very rarely. They always say it's always like an antagonistic thing. Like, people, I have the feeling people hate single people. And not only they hate them, they blame them for the fact that they're single. Maybe there are some people who are to blame for the fact that
I
they're
hate
single.
them.
Why? Do you hate me? No, I'm saying that, Frank.
Yes.
I get the. No, I come in. No, Frank. Listen, I come into shul.
I'm joking.
I'm a
man.
person. I know. I'm just saying. I'm a person who wishes he was married. I come into shul and I literally feel like a good portion of the people think these are like married people think that I'm just like, I don't know, an outcast.
Yeah,
and the people that do actually talk to me about marriage, it's such a like toxic antagonistic discussion that I'm like the word, instead of saying I wish you for you to, and this you may not agree with, but I'm just saying it as an extreme thing or hyperbolic. Instead of coming to me and saying, Tzvi, I wish for you to find the most amazing love you've ever had in your life, and instead of giving me that bracha or even some kind of bracha. People have done that. I appreciate those people. There are people that have done that. Or they just say, B'ezrat Hashem, God willing. Okay, that's nice. But then there's the other people who are just like, dude, why are you this? Why are you resisting this? Why are you not going here? Why are you're looking in the... And
I'm going to give you three things as response to what you just said, and then we'll get back to the main thing.
No, but what I wanted to say was that I've gotten to a place where I don't need to get married. I know it's a mitzvah. I'm not,
You don't need to do anything. You don't need to anything.
I know. I don't need to anything.
God needs it.
Yeah.
So if he'll give you the, if he needs you to get married, you're gonna get married.
Yeah. Anyway.
Fact.
Yeah.
So, again, when I say stuff like this, I'm not like woohoo, 3 cheers for God.
I know.
I'm just stating facts.
Because the logical conclusion of what you just said is that it's clear that he doesn't want me to be married at this particular nanosecond.
That's the sobering splash in your face.
Yeah.
With cold water from a bucket, very aggressively getting into your nostrils.
Yeah.
This is reality waterboarding us.
Yes.
That the suffering that people go through, that somehow God needs that. Yeah. That's what I cannot. I absolutely. I know it's true. I'm not denying it, but it is the thing that I feel there's a permanent wedge between me being able to love God. Okay, and why am I saying that, folks? Because it says in the Hebrew Scripture, "You shall love the Lord your God with all your." I don't know how to observe that commandment because of God. So
well, I think that's the point. I think that's why they want you to do that, despite all the stuff.
No, that's not something that you do. That's
I know.
That's you. That has to come naturally.
I know.
It's what God wants.
Yeah.
Right. God wants you to love Him.
Well, speaking of naturally, man, I personally have wanted to have kids since before I was even religious. Like, I wanted kids, and it's something I guess God implanted in me to want that. Before I knew it was a mitzvah this and mitzvah that, and yes, I wanted kids. I thought,
God for some reason needs you to want to have kids, and I guess we'll see if He gives them to you.
Yeah, so but I have friends that don't. I have friends that don't want kids. I have Orthodox Jewish friend who doesn't want kids. He does not want kids. Why? Because of something that happened with him in his childhood, and because of what he saw with others, and he doesn't want kids.
He's not Orthodox. He's from the Orthodox culture.
No, he's still
Orthodox and not want to have kids.
He still believes in God. He still believes in the Torah, but the Torah is very real to him. He believes in all the stuff. He just says, I believe in everything. I by the way, he goes, if you want to have kids, great. I personally have no desire. He personally has no desire to have children. I don't know. It's
Okay, so-
strange.
no,
It's
but
weird.
then, you know what? Instead of analyzing
whatever.
what he meant,
Whatever.
you just next time you talk to him, just ask him, "Do you have a desire to do the commandment that God told us to have children?"
Yeah.
Ask him that because.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I hold my child, that's my only true gratitude to God. It's not a realm of where I can think. I can no longer think rationally. I can't. My mind can't think, progress logically. It's just that's how that's it. Okay, like so.
Yeah.
But I want to answer your question about the people in your shul, the people in the house of worship that you
It's
frequent.
not just my shul. It's just,
But you gotta
whatever.
let me say three things. I'll do it fast if you don't interrupt. Sure. Number one, you have annoyed them by not accepting their generous, completely superficial, lazy advice about what you should do. How dare you not accept their wonderful generosity that scraps from their table, right? And because you've shown them that their lazy crap is of benefit to no one, so they hate you for that. Okay. Number two, you are speaking about this subject in general. Forget about number one, what I just said. If anybody who talks about their problems is nobody wants to hang out with them. Okay?
I don't talk to them about my problems, but continue.
I'm not saying that you come up to people and say, I'm suffering and here's why. That's not what I'm saying. Even if they started it, even if they come up to you and say, oh, how are you doing? Are you seeing anyone? Right? Your answer should be, yeah, everything's wonderful. You know why? Because you know that joke, there's a famous Russian joke where it's not an old Russian joke, it's a new Russian joke. After the Soviet Union, people who were in the political class in the Soviet Union found themselves with access to resources which made them billionaires. And them and their children became billionaire playboys, right? And gangsters. And they would wear, in the early 90s, they would wear Miami Vice clothing. Okay? So this is called krutiya. I don't know how to there's no translation for that. Okay? So there's a famous joke with these guys where they're doing like lines of coke, they're drinking, and there's hookers in the back. They're driving the latest BMW literally at top speed down some rural street, and then they crash into something. And when they get out of the car and they're shaking it off, and they're shaking the coke off their face, they see a crashed stagecoach and a horse. That's the poor thing is suffering. It was hit. It's dying. Right. It's all bloody and broken. And they see an old man. So they see the horse suffering. So he takes out his gun and shoots the horse. He feels bad that he didn't want the horse to suffer. And then he sees an old man there who was obviously the driver. He goes, hey, old man, are you okay? He goes, fine. You know what I mean? Because he saw him shoot the horse. He didn't want to do you understand? Because that's what people want to do even if they ask first, they don't really want to deal with your problems. They want to hear.
I know, and
yes,
I don't even tell them. I don't tell them.
Okay.
So
if you didn't tell them, then it would have stopped.
They speak to my parents. And then there's like a gang up.
That's even worse. That's even worse. So you need to talk. You have to tell your parents this has to stop.
There's been many discussions to the point where we have one of my parents' friends. He really cares about me a lot. He has his own son who has his own single guy thing. And I told the guy, I said to him, so and so, the amount of pain that you have for, let's say, your son or for me that we are single, multiply that by 1,000. That's what I have. So don't you worry. You don't have to worry about me. I worry enough for myself. And yes, I'm very conscious of it. And yes, I've made every possible effort to solve, so to speak, the problem. But clearly Hashem is not hasn't made it happen yet. I don't know.
Right.
I mean, it'd be one thing if I didn't do anything about it. I've told them multiple times.
Okay, so I think it all boils down to the same thing. The fact that you have a problem and it won't go away easily and with their wonderful, lazy help, which doesn't help you, is why you are not liked. So therefore, if somebody look, here's the truth. Unfortunately,
no, I agree with you.
No, I'm speaking to the audience now. All two of you. Nobody wants to. You probably know this, by the way. Nobody actually wants to know how you're feeling.
Correct.
They just want to know. They want to hear that you're feeling good, so they don't have to deal with somebody else's problems.
Yeah.
Or they don't want to have to show.
Yeah.
That they're selfish and lazy. That they don't want to deal with your problems, because they want to maintain some kind of polite rap with you. Okay.
At the very least, just I remember I told somebody last year when I was having a kind of a little bit of an argument about this whole thing. It's a married person, and I said to him, all singles want from people is empathy, and the person could not.
Oh, here's number three.
It's like a wall. Yeah.
Here's number three, and then we have number three is. So we started with the number one, people mad at you because they're lazy, half-assed.
Because I told them
they're lazy, half-assed stuff doesn't work, and so of course it's your fault, right?
Yeah.
Number two, people in general don't like to hear problems of someone else. They love to talk about their own problem. They don't like to hear about other people's problems. And number three, ignorant people, non-Torah educated people think that you're being punished by God. It's in some people it's conscious, and other people it's unconscious. Must be there's something bad about you. Otherwise, you would.
Yeah, this guy, something's wrong with him. That's why he's single.
You understand?
Something's wrong with him.
This is the unfortunately some of the negative traits that are found in human beings.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I'm not speaking as if I'm never guilty of any of this. I'm not. It's part. The reason I know some of this is because I have those traits inside of me too.
Dude, can I tell you something?
And it takes work not to be that way.
I'm very hesitant to make vows in life because I know I'm one of these people I sometimes forget or I break. I don't owe up to my vows, but I will make this vow. And there's only obviously predicated on the fact that if I ever get married, if I'm ever married, I will never do to a person who was single, in terms of socially, in terms of verbally, in terms of anything, what has been done to single people. I'm not just talking about myself. I'm not the only person experiencing this in the community. I will never ever do that. I will at least try to be as conscious and empathetic and if I am going to try to set somebody up, and I still do this now, I'm going to try to be as specific. I would go for quality over quantity. I have friends that say, shoot 1,000 arrows. No, don't shoot 1,000 arrows. Don't do that. Do not shoot 1,000 arrows. No, do the opposite of shooting 1,000 arrows.
Okay, so in response to what you said, I heard something recently. There might be something to that. One of the semi-deep ideas behind prohibitions, meaning when God says the do nots, like I don't want you to do this, stay away from that, right? We have commandments. Some of them are for actions, for stuff he wants us to do, and some of them are for things he wants us to not do. Okay, to avoid doing. So I heard that whenever somebody successfully doesn't do something that they have an urge to do, that they struggle with, right? That we know God doesn't like it, but I'm speaking generically now about a generic person, okay? There's something that God doesn't want, like, for instance, God doesn't want you to eat non-kosher, for instance, right? But you're a gourmet and it's hard to resist really good food, right? Especially whatever, Philly cheesesteaks, whatever, okay? By successfully abstaining from that, you are removing some of the power for everyone else in the world who struggles with that. Meaning, whatever power, whatever it is that there's an energy, there's a power, that, let's call it the side of evil, that urges people to do things that they know they shouldn't do.
Mm-hmm.
Like drugs, whatever. Let's say taking drugs or whatever, that kind of stuff, right? Or eating Philly cheesesteaks when you're supposed to be keeping kosher, okay? If you succeed in abstaining from that, you help everybody else. You make everybody else's struggle in abstaining from that easier. Yeah. Everybody else who suffers from Philly cheesesteak urges, you have now removed some of Philly cheesesteak power, temptation power from existence.
Yeah.
And
you've removed the gaiva from the earth.
Vice versa. Unfortunately, it also works.
If you remove your own gaiva, you remove the whole gaiva, the power of the entire gaiva.
A piece of it.
Yeah.
You remove your portion of that that power. Different people have, like, some guys, right? Like, basically, the more intense the urge that you have to abstain from, the bigger the consequence is when you actually abstain from it. Meaning, the bigger portion of it, the more demons you kill.
Yeah.
Right? Every time you abstain from eating something non-kosher, you kill legions of demons who are part of try to urge you to eat non-kosher department.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to use these terms. Okay, so how is that connected to what you just said? If what you've gone through, right, you can perhaps use that to help other people not go through it. Yeah. Right? So maybe, I don't know. This is just speculation. I'm not telling you that that's why it is. I don't know. God ultimately, I don't know. I just heard something recently that, that it may apply. Hey, apply. I don't know.
Yeah.
Should we continue? There's a few more minutes.
Yeah. The only thing is it's 6 o'clock and we, gotta start like.
Yeah.
Eating.
We have to load up for the fast because we're camels. That's going to work.
Yes. Yeah, clearly. It's the hottest day. And yeah, exactly.
How do you move past? I mean, that's like first base. You haven't gotten to first base. Every intelligent kid is going to ask you, why? What if I don't? What are you going to say? Other than schar and einish.
Reward and punishment.
So that's it. You're finished. And you haven't gotten to first base. And then you have to ask yourself, why do you do it?
First base is God needs it.
To become a gadol? To be a shas yid?
But something's working, obviously, as we speak. There are people running matzahs and cleaning houses meticulously. Obviously, they're being motivated from.
Yeah. So there are three possibilities. One is you do a mitzvah lishma. The other one is you do a mitzvah without really thinking much. So it's not lishma. It's not shaloi lishma. Then there's the third, which is shaloi lishma. If you're doing it for the reward, that is shaloi lishma, the third level. If you're doing it because you didn't really stop to think, that's the middle level. If you do it lishma, that's the best, right? So if you don't know why you're doing it and you do it anyway, that's a lot better than coming up with the wrong reason to do it. Because then it's a definite shaloi lishma. To keep telling people, do the mitzvah because it's good for you, that's a shaloi lishma that will not bring to lishma.
Can I translate this?
Shaloi lishma that brings lishma means
He's saying there are three mindsets when people perform the Torah, observe the Torah commandments. You have to do it just to serve God without seeking reward or any kind of personal benefit. You do it for God. And then the middle level is the secondary level is you do it maybe by rote, and you never really stop to think what's it all about. You've just been in the practice of it, right? And the third level is you do it because you want to get a reward. So he's saying that if you visit the middle level where you're doing it by rote, you never stop to think what's it really about, and then someone gives you the wrong reason, then you can never achieve the first level, the highest level, which is do it for its own sake, do it because you're serving God, right? Rather than for some other reason. That's the goal. The goal is to get to the point where you're doing it not because you're seeking reward, but because it serves God. So if you don't explain to people the right reason, which is because God needs it, right? And that's why it's a service to him, then they're never going to come to that. If you tell them other things, they're always going to end up with, not the most precise understanding of it. They'll never really get to the point. I wish you would speak English. I really would. Okay, because these are important points. Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't do it l'shem shamayim.
For the sake of heaven.
You didn't do it for any other reason. You don't have an other God. So would anybody say, yeah, you should worship an idol because, shalei lishma ba lishma. At least you're worshiping. So you worship, you'll correct it later. No, that doesn't bring lishma. So if you're doing it as self-serving, that is not going to eventually become selfless. Selfishness does not lead to selflessness. So what will you tell a child who asks, why do I need to do this? You say you're doing it for Hashem. Yeah, he doesn't need it. Well, do it for him anyway. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. We're supposed to be the smartest people in the world.
Yeah. So
no.
What? No. So
we're not the smartest people in the world.
We're supposed to be, but we're not.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were to study Torah and take seriously what we've received as a tradition, our inheritance, and the proper understanding of the Hebrew Scripture, of what God wants, then and what he needs, then we can serve our function. By the way, somebody asked him. There's another video where somebody asked him, like, it was a journalist, a non-Jewish journalist, asking him, he said it politely, but in a sense, how do you get the balls to call yourself the chosen people? Like, are you like, isn't that like, aren't you saying that you guys are like elitists or something like that?
Presumptuous. Yeah.
So he answered it, totally different than I would have answered it. I would have said many things, but he said something semi-interesting. He said, it depends what you're being chosen for, which I guess I would have said too. He says, it depends what we're being chosen for, right? So if we're being chosen to teach people about God, right, then where is the emphasis? Like you're talking about, like, someone seeming more important and thereby others being less important. That's what it feels like to you when you hear Jews are chosen. You're hearing it as, therefore, we're more important than everybody else. But if we're chosen, because it's not saying important, it's saying chosen, right? So we're chosen to teach. So from the teacher's perspective, who is more important, the teacher or the student? Like, what's the goal here? What's the ultimate goal? Is for the student to learn. So it's the student that is the focus.
What if these people say, well, what makes you think that you have the right, ideology or wisdom? Not you, I'm saying that in general.
No, I would say that. I would say we don't think that we have the right. We were told to do this by the Creator. It clearly says here and here and here and here. Now, if you don't, in the Hebrew Scripture, if it says, you shall be a holy nation unto me, and you shall be a nation of priests. And there are other places in the Hebrew Scripture that say, you shall teach the knowledge of God, right? And other places where it says, there will be 10 people from all the nations who grab you by the corners of your garments and say, take us with you so that we can learn about and connect to the God of Israel. Okay? So it has nothing to do with what we want. It has to do with what we were told to do, what we were charged with. It was not voluntary. That's number one. And number two, if you're chosen to be a servant, does that make you an elitist? We were chosen to serve the nations. So what's the emphasis? The nations.
I think the reason people have gotten it into their heads that we are upset at us for saying that we're chosen is because they see, at the very least, everything we've achieved materially, and then when it's a combination of, like, imagine a guy who just like achieves everything, and then he comes and says, I'm chosen, and what would the reaction be to such a person? It's like Michael Jordan will come and say, I'm chosen.
I think it has more to do with ignorance of reality and history, because anybody who studies history will not want to be. We'll see that there's not want to be
chosen. Yeah.
There's not a lot of benefit materially and physically to being a Jew, because you're most likely you're a target for butchery en masse.
Yeah,
and and it's a pretty rough. Pretty rough life. And so, because you just study history, not even from the Jewish narrative, just from historical documents. So they'll tell you. So people who have a problem with Jews being chosen, right, are people who don't study that, and they hear and they just believe hearsay. Like, oh, Jews think they're better than everybody else. That's it. Oh, look how rich they are. They think they're better. That's where it comes from.
I know.
Chosen for what? It's seriously that it's like that movie, The Golden Child.
Yeah.
When Eddie Murphy was playing the chosen one, he's like, why can't I be chosen to go to the Bahamas? Why I got to go to Tibet?
Exactly.
That's the story of the Jews, folks. We're never chosen to go to the Bahamas. Never. We're always chosen to go to Antarctica or to go to, every, I want to say God-forsaken place, but I don't mean literally. It's just an expression.
Yeah.
Okay? And get butchered and suffer. Okay? Because that's what it says in Isaiah, the suffering servant. That ain't Jesus. That's Israel. That's the Jews. If you read the whole Isaiah, I'm sorry. I was arguing with a couple of Christians who they didn't read Isaiah. They only read certain verses. Read the whole book. You'll see. It tells you who the suffering servant is. Okay.
Yes.
Wow, we actually got through the video.
Yeah, we got through it, and now I gotta go.
So
we both have to go eat.
Yeah, we got to go eat because we're gonna fast. But I want to say, why is this the Tisha B'av special? We barely spoke about Tisha B'av, right? Well, because I think that part of what happened on Tisha B'av, right, the negative part, is where people forgot what they were doing.
Yeah.
They got caught up in other things, and then therefore the temple wasn't serving as what it was supposed to serve. It wasn't accomplishing what it was supposed to accomplish because people were getting caught up in other ideas, and this is, I think, what Rabbi Manis Friedman is talking about. Is so, like he said, first base. It's kindergarten. It's 101 of what we're doing in the world. It's not advanced placement. It's pre-K. It's what every person in the world should learn in pre-K. God made you, and He needs you to experience these experiences and to do what He is asking you to do. Right? Commandments. Okay. By the way, non-Jews, there are 7 commandments that God told you to do. Okay, and they have the same function. If you want to bind yourself to God, so the 7 laws of Noah. Okay. If that's not enough for you, then you can be chosen too, if you want to.
Yeah. Please join us.
It's available. It's not a closed club, by the way.
Yeah.
That's another thing I don't understand. I think people who say who are upset with Jews being chosen, you guys think that this is some kind of closed club. It's available to anyone in the world.
Yeah.
You want to be chosen? What's bothering you? The fact that I'm chosen, you're not? Guess what? Step forward and be chosen.
No, they just think that it's they just think you have to be born it, and it's a cultural thing.
It's not okay. So again,
and they don't want to do all this stuff. You think we want to do all this stuff, dude?
Dude, I'm just saying that if it bothers you because you think it's not available, that it's some kind of caste system. You're wrong.
No, I get it.
It's available. So if that's really what was bothering you, then get your head on straight. Okay. So again, God needs us. Right? He needs us, and He wants you to choose with your free will to want to have a relationship with Him and consummate the relationship by doing the commandments that are available to you. And if it's not enough commandments, then you can come and get more commandments by becoming a Jew. It's available. Okay? So I think that's probably what people need to hear. I think that's what God needs people to hear. We don't need anything.
Yeah.
We have no needs, right?
Yeah. That's true.
All right, everyone.
Yes.
Those of you fasting, have an easy fast. Those of you not fasting, have a bon appetit, I suppose.
Yes. Easy and meaningful fast, and hopefully it will become Simchat Torah, this Tisha B'av. I don't want to wait for another Tisha B'av. I refuse. I may even threaten not to fast on the next one if he doesn't stop this one. How about that?
I just want to see something spectacular, like giant.
I know.
Over all the main cities.
I understand. I'm just whatever.
No, because think about it. If that happens, I'll just be sitting there smiling. I'll be like, and I'll be thinking not about the UFOs, but all the people seeing it. I'll be like, you ain't never going back to your bullshit Netflix.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you're not going back to like look at it Insta hose.
Yeah.
You know, the girls shaking their butts on Instagram. Like that's gone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you know, now it's a different reality. So
yeah. Yes.
Hopefully.
All right. Let's go
See you on the other side.
All right, folks. Peace out.